How about mine? Can you tell mine? Okay.
Missy, how about mine?
Sound check, sound check.
Test, test.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Test, test, test.
Testing
Missy,
1, 2, 3.
Missy, will you test Elizabeth as well?
Elizabeth, if you can hear us, can you unmute yourself and test your mic?
Can you hear me? Testing.
Perfection. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 3, testing.
Test, test. Sorry, I'm a little slow. Sheesh.
I thought you meant on Zoom.
Can you hear as well? Okay, so now you mute again.
Can you hear me?
Okay, now can you hear me? But I'm not talking, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we'd like to open our study session here for the Murray City School District Board of Education. And thank all those who are attending via Zoom. We have opted to do it through a more complete Zoom meeting to ensure that everything can be heard much better than what has been traditionally done with our microphones up on the stand. So hopefully that will work much better, and that everybody who is listening in will be able to hear us in a much better tone, and also minimize any feedback that might occur. We'd like to welcome everybody who's in attendance and listening in live. We appreciate everyone that is available to participate. To begin, I'd like to read an opening statement, and then we will proceed after that opening statement. Superintendent Covington would like to have an opening statement. First of all, the Murray City School District Board of Education would like to thank all of you, parents, educators, administrators, and others who have reached out to express your feelings and offer support. We want to ensure you that the letter and comments have been read and pondered by members of this body. Due to the large volume of communication, it was impossible to respond to or engage with everyone. However, your opinions do matter, especially at times when there is sharp disagreement. Your feedback has been echoing in our minds for the past several weeks, and will be carefully considered as we continue to discuss these issues today and in the days ahead. We all come at these issues from different lived experiences. And while we as board members may not agree on some of the finer points of this discussion, we all come at this with the same objectivity as you. We all care about our students and have their personal growth, confidence, and achievement as the lens by which we will make decisions. As a result, we believe this common ground demands our collective efforts to understand, respect, and demonstrate civility. This is critical to our path forward, but also is a model of behavior that should exist in all public discourse. Our students are watching, and we need them to be proud of our ability to come together in difficult times. We can do this. There's no better example of that than our experience this past 12 months. As we were the first school district in Utah to close on March 12th, appropriately, Murray was also the first school district to welcome students back on August 17th. Wading through months of theories, feedback, ideas, together we developed a return with care plan that has proven durable and flexible for all families. Many will recall there were disagreements and frustrations in getting there, but in the end, we came together the Murray way. Looking back, Murray has been a model district in the state. Our ability to manage the pandemic crisis, we boldly moved forward when it was time to take that first step. We've pivoted as adjustments were warranted, and we've dreamed and innovated in ways that no other district in the entire nation has dared. This is no small miracle. It has taken the collective efforts of this entire community to pull this off. Today, we are faced with another challenge. Given our track record, we believe once again, we will rise to the occasion. It is another of our finest hours, and we as a board are proud to work shoulder to shoulder with amazing parents, students, and educators to show once more why we are Murray. For clarity purposes, we have elected to meet as a board on March 4th to address and take formal action on what we discussed today. Our normal March 11th board meeting will be scheduled as planned, and the agenda for that meeting has yet to be determined. We will take public comments for the March 4th and March 11th meetings. Superintendent Covington.
Thank you, Board President Cooper. On behalf of the Murray City School District and the administrative leadership team, I would like to express my thanks for the feedback our parents, educators, administrators, and students have provided. It is evident that although not everyone has the same opinions, we all care deeply about our children and want what's best for them. And that's a great place for us to begin our move forward, as this is our most precious shared value. We are committed to providing welcoming and inclusive places and spaces for all of our students and families so they can confidently participate and receive everything that makes Murray a unique and special learning experience. Every child deserves to feel supported, loved, and seen. This goes hand in hand with their right to a quality education that is second to none. I would like to thank our professional and caring educators who love your children and work every day to establish classroom communities that are inclusive and foster positive interactions among students. Our educators have proven time and time again their commitment to optimize learning that embraces understanding and individualized student needs. Their development is a product of countless hours of formalized study, individualized continuing education, and the collaboration of best practices among colleagues to understand each child's lovely uniqueness. This is paramount to our educators' success and our growth as a district. As a district team, we have listened and deeply considered all points of view. We honor and respect them as they come from a place of love and concern. We value them as they have given us pause for thoughts that have directed the recommendations we will discuss tonight. And we appreciate and embrace the opportunity to stand and prove once again why we are educators and why we are Murray. Thank you for giving us this challenge and opportunity to review our policies and procedures. We are better for having done so, and we'll move forward with greater transparency, parent involvement, and a model that creates a sustainable, safe, and positive climate and culture for our entire community. It is our hope that as parents and educators, we can rally together rather than pitting ourselves against each other for and in behalf of all of our amazing students in Murray City School District. Thank you, President Cooper.
Thank you, Superintendent Covington. We'd now like to go to our second item, books read at Horizon Elementary, and I believe Principal me will address this, Principal Anderson.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for letting me be here with you guys today. I wanted to take a minute and share with the board the details surrounding the book that kind of kicked this whole discussion off, the book Call Me Max. This book was read in Mrs. Paul's third grade classroom on Friday, January 8th. I just want to give you the details of that and then open it up for any questions that you might have for me. Friday after school, I was contacted by a parent asking about a book that was read about a boy named Max who used to be a girl. I was not aware of a book by that description being read, so I told the parent that I would look into it and find out what happened. After talking to Mrs. Paul, I found out that the book Call Me Max was brought to Mrs. Paul by a student in the class. This student asked if Mrs. Paul would read it. Mrs. Paul read through the book herself and then shared the book with her class. After reading the book, the student who brought the book said, "That's a true story." A student then asked a question about the picture of the author on the back of the book and how he could have a beard. Mrs. Paul answered the question by saying, "Science has made it possible for people to grow beards when they get older." One student shouted out, "I can't wait to grow a beard." Another student shouted out the word puberty, which some other students found to be funny, and Mrs. Paul asked them to stop and they moved on. I asked Mrs. Paul what she thought the class had learned from the book. She told me that the conversations had helped students to feel confident in themselves as well as be accepted. Mrs. Paul felt that students learned to have a sense of confidence in who they are and an ability to accept others who may be different from themselves. This might be different from what you think or you feel, but that's okay, that we're all different and we all have strengths. Mrs. Paul also felt that they had good conversations about differences so that we can learn to understand each other better. In the coming days and weeks following the discussion, Mrs. Paul has heard students saying things like, "I'm a boy, but I like to paint my fingernails," and "I'm a girl, but I like to wear boy clothes." This makes Mrs. Paul and I feel proud when students voice these type of statements and own who they are. I hope this explanation of the book being read helps clarify the misconceptions of what happened in the classroom that day. I think in a lot of our conversations and discussions since then, I think it's important to come back to the message of the book and what the students came away with in that classroom, especially the student who brought that book and wanted to share that with the class. Are there any questions specifically about the reading of the book?
Wait.
That button. Okay, fifth time. Ms. Anderson, can you just talk to us a little bit more about the confusion of like where the information came from that we know that a young person brought this book to us? Maybe a little more detail. That's where I probably have got the most questions is, did it come from the teacher? Should the teacher have previewed it? You kind of you answered that, but do you have any more insight into that and where the story contrary came, that it came from somebody else, not a child? I don't know, just any more insight into that, just to clarify.
Yeah, absolutely. I think our initial hesitancy to be able to give a clear picture that we wanted to give was the privacy of the student who brought the book. So I would say it boils down to that at the beginning of it, when those calls started coming in, and as we were trying to figure out what had happened and how we can explain what happened and be clear without violating the privacy of the student who brought it. And then in further communication, there got to be a mix up with the books that are on our book bundle lists, and then additional resources and things like that, where we were just trying to be clear and list all the books that we knew of that had been read. And then that's when I think we didn't communicate well enough, as far as this is a book bundle book, this is a book brought in by a classroom, and here's some books that we know of that have been used in class to kind of go towards the goal of creating a Horizon community where everyone is welcome and everyone is appreciated and seen. So does that help clarify?
Any other questions?
You're good.
So do you feel like okay, do you feel like I feel like you have, but do you feel like now you have put all that information and clarified all that to your community? Because I'm not a Horizon parent, I don't get those emails, but my understanding is you've worked really hard to get that information all out there. Do you feel like we're on the right track there?
I do, and I think there's a lot to it, and it's unfortunate that things got convoluted, because it does then shine a negative light almost on programs like Second Steps that we've had for years. Programs like, just everything got mixed as well. We're using these programs to all mix together and to create, and it wasn't that. It was these books. We want kids to see themselves in these books. We want kids to see themselves in the literature that they read, the same way that they see themselves in Second Steps lessons, the same way they see themselves in textbooks. So, and then in sending out a couple other things that were for our planning purposes as a leadership team at Horizon, and kind of themes of what we wanted to talk about each month, those themes weren't broken out like in the chart, it wasn't broken out to where like the list of themes we were talking about as a faculty and then the list of themes that were talked about on the student level. So when that was shared with parents in an attempt to try to clarify, I think we didn't quite hit the mark as far as how we could have explained that when it went out. So we ended up sending it to try and help, and then we ended up creating conversations and questions after that. I hope that I have answered for those parents that had those questions.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Foster, I have a question. I thank you for coming tonight and to share with us, personally, kind of the historical background of the discussions that we've been led to tonight. A couple different questions. I think we've acknowledged that there were opportunities for us to have been better at our communication with our community and our parents. What have we learned, or what have you learned, I guess, in relationship to this going forward and with respect to the communication process with our students in these sensitive topics?
Yeah. I would say that I feel pretty confident in the book bundles that we had and things that we messaged out early in October, and all those books were posted on our website in October with all the lessons plans that the teachers use. And then in this case where the book was brought in and then it was kind of something that was unexpected, and then I think in the attempt to triage it and to make sure that we were giving as much information out, that we could have done that in a more organized way. So I think that's my biggest thing, is I think in an effort to get it to them as quick as possible and have that response time be within 24 hours we could have slowed it down and said, all right, what's everything? How can we lay this out better? Because as a parent, I understand that things coming in that you didn't know were out there, it can get very confusing, because this is something that it took us until October to get it off the ground, even in our building, as far as planning it and having those things in place. So I think just lesson learned is to make sure that we are more clear in what we send and how we answer those questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Principal Anderson.
Thanks.
We will move now to our history of the Equity Committee. I apologize, who's accountable to that? Darren, okay, Darren Dean, Director of Support Services, thank you.
Thank you, Board President and School Board. Hopefully I can give you a good, clear summary of the Equity Council and its work. So the Equity Council was started by a small group of educators in the fall of 2019 who wanted to make a positive impact in their schools. The teachers and staff involved in its creation have always been concerned, first and foremost, with the safety, welfare, and belonging of all students. The mission of the Equity Council was to build a diverse, equitable, and inclusive district by providing all students, families, and employees with a community of care and respect. Each council member had personal and professional experiences that contributed to their desire to collaborate on issues of equity, which they strongly believed would enhance the emotional well-being, school engagement, and college and career readiness of students. Understanding that the support of district leadership was critical for success, members sought permission to be recognized by the district as a council. Superintendent Covington allowed the council to serve as an advisory group under the guidance and support of myself, Darren Dean, Director of Personnel and Student Services. All Murray City School District faculty and staff were notified about the opportunity to participate in the council in the spring of 2020. Those who were interested gathered over Zoom and met in May 2020. As interest grew, the council was divided into two bodies, or organized into two bodies: the Equity Council leadership team of 7 and the General Equity Council of 25 plus educators. These bodies worked together collaboratively. At no time was the purpose of this council to exclude parents. The goal of the council was always to involve stakeholders at every level of the school system, including parents and guardians. In fact, increasing parent involvement, adding resources to the district website, starting an equity newsletter, and developing a more formalized structure surrounding council membership were all beginning to take shape at the time the council was placed on hold. While the Equity Book Bundle project has been presented in conjunction with the work of the Equity Council, it is important to note that the council did not create, review, or distribute any of the materials related to the book bundles, nor implement any kind of professional development accompanying this project or otherwise. Prior to the hold placed on the Equity Council, each body of the council worked on the following. The Equity Council leadership team worked on the following: planning, organizing, and facilitating all council meetings, collaborating with district leadership on a statement addressing the death of George Floyd that denounced racism and expressed Murray's commitment to cultivating an equitable school system for all students, bringing in community partners and consultants to collaborate with the school board. 3 members presented before the Murray School Board on September 24th in a study session, October 22nd in a study session, and November 12th in a board meeting about the mission, general work, and direction of the Equity Council. Working jointly with district leadership to draft a revised memo to clarify the difference between political speech and nonpartisan human rights. Asking for professional development on inclusion and equity to comprise a portion of yearly educator training. Suggesting the hiring of an equity director for the Murray City School District. Discussing ideas for restructuring the council membership process to address representation, including parent membership, commitment, and duration of service, and presenting at Pride Not Prejudice, an LGBTQIA+ conference for Utah educators, students, and caregivers, hosted by the Utah Pride Center to share about the process of the creation of the Equity Council. The General Equity Council worked on the following, or discussed the following: identifying several topic educators wanted to discuss and address in schools regarding equity. Some examples included unconscious bias, cultural sensitivity, trauma-informed practices, books in students' native languages, support for refugees, family involvement, listening and learning beyond one's own experiences, improved accommodation and instruction for students in special education, etc. The General Council contributed to and approved the mission, vision, core beliefs, and group norms for our council meetings. They discussed what kind of professional development and supports educators are in need of. They reviewed and provided feedback on the draft of a memo regarding political speech prior to board revisions and support. They curated ideas for website resource categories for educators and families, and they discussed creating a district-wide equity newsletter. Equity and inclusion are broad topics that require listening, self-examination, and critical thinking. Members of the Equity Council sought to embody these values and put them into action. Their time and effort were volunteer-based, in addition to an already full-time investment in the success and well-being of Murray students and families. These educators truly are committed to making sure that everyone has a place in We Are Murray. It is our hope that Murray City School District stakeholders will continue to engage in this important work. And that's a summary of the council. I'm happy to entertain questions and/or any discussion.
Anyone have a question right off? If not, I have one or two.
I have a couple questions. Am I good? I read through the notes of the equity meeting or the notes of the equity committee that was provided to us. Is that something that is public information or not?
It hasn't been posted publicly at this time, but it could be requested. It is a public document.
Okay. And I did see several times where it did mention the request to bring in parental involvement, to add more parents into the council.
Yes, just as a new council in its infancy, it was, and during the pandemic,
Yeah.
Many of our discussions centered on the structure of the council and involvement. How do we involve parents? How do we involve more teachers? What work would we have them do? We had many, many discussions.
Okay. Thanks, Darren. Mr. Dean.
Mr. Dean, the question I have is, we talked about having parent involvement, and we had not perhaps gotten to the point of extending that parent involvement out to a large degree. There were some, I guess, that were involved early on. My question was, how did those that were involved early on get invited to participate? And what was the plan to add additional prior to us suspending the Equity Council, if there was such already a design plan?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that we had finalized any type of a plan. We were just, as the Equity Council got put on hold, we were just having discussions about that. We did have one parent member from Parkside who had been on the council from the beginning, and that's prior to it even coming to a district level when it was requested that they be recognized as a formal council. And that was a Parkside parent, and this council was, it grew out of some educators at Parkside and a couple of other schools. And so that parent was included as part of that and has been to the majority of the meetings. But we hadn't figured out any mechanism or plan of how we were going to implement including parents, other than that was something we wanted to do. We wanted to have a diverse representation on our council, and certainly we wanted parents to be part of it.
Thank you. The next question I have, I think you said that that the bundle books were not yet set to be rolled out. And I'm paraphrasing, I'm not sure if I can remember exactly how you stated it, but my understanding is that several of the other schools within our district had already also obtained those book bundles. And so my question is, what was the next step plan then? If they had already had the book bundles in the schools, how are we going to then communicate to our staff? If they are, I'm assuming they probably knew, but what was that plan? And also, what was the plan to communicate with parents as we started to roll this out? Because obviously I don't know that it sounds like we were not fully engaged in rolling it out, although maybe at one school we were a little farther along, except that I'm not sure if they read some of those books or not intentionally out of the book bundle yet or not. And that's probably the second question I have.
So,
And do you want me to jump in? And are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. And I'm more than happy to share the mic with Missy as well, but I feel compelled to answer because I'm also the ESL director. And I actually, because of the events with COVID and the civil unrest, reached out to the state level and asked for money. And that money then went to our schools to give them a budget so that they could have diverse books. And the charge that was given to them was simply to ensure within their schools that kids could see themselves and see themselves in those books. And the discussions that happened there were along multiple lines. The grant came from ESL, but they were given the freedom to say, what will those books look like? As they moved that forward, that was given to the principals, by the way, over the summertime. As they moved that forward, there had been work done in other districts, and many of the principals had already purchased books of this type. And so the principals worked together and then either went back to their staff to say, are we looking at our libraries? Are we looking at our classrooms? What books would we like to put into our schools? So it was a collective and cooperative effort to come up with other titles. Along the way, we also had opportunity to have training from some people who shared book rooms, if you will, that had books that spoke to many of our families that were refugees, that were Black American, that were Indigenous, or families with two moms, those kinds of things. So again, the titles were shared widely as far as where those were at. And again, I know that they sought guidance from other districts as well with those. So I don't think that Horizon was ahead of the game. In fact, I think most of our schools had already purchased those books as well. And the conversations that happened with PTA and their community councils and their parents. But I think each of those schools may have been a little bit different in that respect as well. And Missy, do you want to add to that?
So just to offer clarity on that, excuse me, what Mr. Dean said was that the Equity Council didn't create the books. They didn't have the plan to roll out the books. That was not in their purview. Crystal clear, that was not an Equity Council charge at all. They, of course, they're supportive of that. They're supportive of having books and diverse titles in their libraries, but that was not an Equity Council charge. That was not something that they developed.
So the book bundles that were developed, those were collaborative during the summer with this grant, just to make sure to provide resources to our principals, our teachers, and in the schools, correct? Is that fair to say that?
Mm-hmm. And yes, and I would like to, in essence, unbundle said book bundle, because the book bundle was a bunch of titles that were developed and housed at Horizon. And then there were so Liberty also, I mean, all schools across the country get titles and add them to their libraries, add them to their classroom libraries, add them wherever they add titles. Every school district, every school adds titles to their libraries. So as part of this additional money, because we get library money anyway, as part of this additional money that Robin got from the state, the charge with that money was add diverse book titles to your libraries. And so, for instance, Liberty chose to add these diverse titles to their library. Horizon chose to buy these diverse book titles and kind of share those titles, bundle them, if you will. Each school handled that differently, but not every school bought those titles. Not every school did that. Some schools did and bought others. So I think that's really a point of clarification that has been really muddied in a lot of noise. So if with permission, I'm going to unbundle said bundle, because there's a lot of confusion there that got really firestormed out. So every school across the country, and especially in our district, we buy book titles all the time to add to our libraries. We have a budget for that.
That's actually a really good clarification. And I'm wondering if it got all muted, stuck together because it happened to be a Horizon person who presented. And so that's great clarification to have.
Yeah. And so that Horizon person presented to the principals, and we all kind of like you do when you go to Barnes and Noble, right? There's the table at the front and you go, ooh, bestsellers. And we thumb through them. And then we have the magazine where you look through and go, ooh, there's some more titles. Fantastic. And the Scholastic Net magazine comes out and you're like, ooh. And so we had this extra money in addition to our library money. And then we started saying, let's buy books so that kids can see themselves in their books. And to be clear, this particular book came from home. And we're going to hear from Assistant Superintendent Bushnell about policies that we can put in place that will help clear up that muddy water that we got into. And so that I think that helps.
And so in no way were these books required for each school to get. It was just saying, this is some suggestions on diversity that you can put in your schools to help our students, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you.
When I go to my Title I meetings, when I go to my early literacy meetings, I mean, there are books that are shared and lists that are shared. Ooh, try this list, try this list, try this young author's list, try this list. And we share those around and say, hey, this is a great resource, right? So no, there was not a requirement. This was it would be akin to going to the book fair and perusing the book fair list and going, ooh. So
that was actually the example I was thinking of, walking into the book fair. And then if you're kids book nerds, like most of us are,
right,
you walk out a lot poorer than you started.
Boy, and no kidding at the book fair. But the good news is that goes right back to the school, right?
So, and I don't know that this really matters or not one way or the other, but I think it has been questioned and asked, so I'm going to ask it. Was Call Me Max part of that book bundle? Was it on any of the lists of our book bundles?
Unequivocally, no, it was not on the book bundle list. That book came from home by a student.
Because we've heard that it was on a list, it wasn't on a list. We just want to find out the truth that it was not on any of the list. It came from home.
It was not on any list. Thank you.
And I'm just saying it should be. We don't know. It just wasn't.
So again, clarification, because that has been in the mud for sure. I think we go back to maybe what Ms. Anderson said. There were some emails with contrary information. And so that's where the confusion lies, and whether what Ms. Anderson said was her honest take was that she was trying to figure things out as things happened. And so, but
and I can tell you as a school administrator, I can admire Mrs. Anderson and the vice principal's position, that as you're trying to find out that information and it's coming at you and you're trying to investigate while also trying to respond in a timely manner, you also, in trying to protect the child, in trying to protect that family, and also trying to protect your teacher, right? You don't want to throw anybody under the bus. And as the administrator, you fall on the sword, right? You say, that was my fault. I will take the ownership of that. And so in doing that, it was mishandled. And they have owned that. They own that and say, we didn't handle that appropriately. On the flip side of that, what Mrs. Anderson has shared and what she didn't share publicly is that particular student, while mishandled and the book read or not read and whatever opinions we might have of that, did say that child that's in that classroom is thriving. He feels validated. He feels safe with his peers. He feels like a contributing member of that. And we're going to talk a little bit about that and what that means in some of the data stuff that Robin and I are going to talk about. So, it happened. It was mishandled. We have owned that. And there's a lot of reasons why, wrong or right. I think they impulsively did the thing that they think that was right, when you're trying to protect the student and trying to protect the teacher and trying to gather the information, and it happened fast. We own it.
And the other thing for clarification is, I know at one other particular school, the word was out that it was at that school. My understanding is the principal at that school has looked through her PD records, or sorry, that's professional development, but looked through all her records and can't find it specifically mentioned. But now when you mention that you're getting list here and list here and list there, titles, names are probably all over a teacher's brain, all over. So, but just to clarify, as far as our principals at other schools, that book wasn't in their school either, as far as they know, to the best of their knowledge. Right?
The principals all checked their schools, and they did not have that title in their schools under any inventory list that they had, nor were they on their shelves, and it was not part of any books that they had purchased this financial year.
Right. And I'm with Cammie, not saying the book yes or no, just to clarify that we've checked with all our principals to see where we're at on that. And
okay, Darren, I think I have a couple other questions related to the presentation.
Yes.
At I believe it was the Pride Center.
Yes.
You were invited by the Pride Center to come and present?
That's correct. One of our council members works with the Pride Center in conjunction with them, and there was a conference for educators, and they asked us to present and about how our equity council was formed so that other educators across the state could have an opportunity to listen to the work we were doing.
Okay. Do we get asked to present at other professional programs or entities?
I would say that different educators and individuals have been asked to present at different conferences at numerous times. I'm sure Missy or Robin or different people or educators within the school could be asked to present at a number of conferences depending on their background and knowledge and skill levels and the associations they're part of. So it's pretty regular for educators to present at educational conferences. It's nothing out of the norm.
Okay. And when that happens, it's not something we publicly announce to you don't need the board's approval. We don't need any kind of endorsement prior to those taking place. It's pretty standard that that does not have to happen.
Correct. Yes.
Any other questions? Go ahead and make sure you unmute, or can somebody help unmute Glow?
I think it started in the elementary school, but I haven't heard much information from junior high and high schools and parents at those schools, and they're concerned. And I'm wondering, are the principals in our junior high school and high school, have they had problems as well?
Problems in what sense?
Having books in their school that they don't think should be in their school.
I would probably defer to Director Williams as far as our book review at the secondary level, just because I'm not as familiar with the process. I can speak for our council members that we had secondary individuals, but Director Williams, I think I'll defer to you on that one.
So we also have addressed the issue of having diverse books in our schools, and our librarians actually have taken on the diverse book challenge, which with the diverse book challenge, if you want to go to Riverview and go to the library site, you can see the way that it is addressed and challenged for the students, where they have different categories and they have a book of lists that they can choose from. And those books cover a range of issues with the diverse books issues. With that being said, we also have at least once a year, if not multiple times a year, that we do follow district policy for selecting books for our classrooms. And within those classrooms, those are the books that are the novels that are required that every student reads. In addition to that, each of our teachers have their own class libraries, and oftentimes they will give students literature choices that they can use as they read a book, that they can augment that with a similar book. And the Holocaust unit would be an example of that they have the typical book that they read, and then they'll have 4 or 5 other books that may be similar or that speak to something that's happening in the 2000s versus in the 1920s. Now, with those books, we've been very clear that they publish to parents ahead of time what those book choices will be for students. And in there, they will note if there's something that may be objectionable for that family to consider. And they also give a link to a site called Common Sense so that parents can research that further. And then again, as the students have that self-selected literature, hopefully, if families and parents and kids have talked about it, they have that opportunity. We have on occasion have had families or students start reading a book and then decide that it's objectionable once they get into that. And again, our staff has been counseled, and I believe that they're following through with working with parents and students on how to make another choice that doesn't give them a consequence or leave them feeling like they have to read a whole nother book. So we do occasionally have issues, but we really do feel like that between our book adoption policy and the review that happens there, along with then the publication to parents about those books, that's how we've addressed it.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Director Dean?
I don't see Elizabeth's picture, but Board Member Payne, do you have any questions or comments?
Sorry, there's a reason you don't see my.
Oh, sorry.
I'm feeling so terrible. I didn't want you all to see me, so I'm going to turn back off the video, but I am here.
I just wanted to give you an opportunity to respond or ask any questions.
I think all of the questions that I've had have already been addressed, so.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We will move now to clarification on the memorandums.
And that will also be from myself. So thank you for letting me explain a little bit about the Equity Council. I just want to let the board know that we have some really fine educators in this district that care deeply about students and families and colleagues. So I'd like to talk about the clarification on the memorandums. And as the board, you're fairly aware of this. So this will just hopefully kind of refresh your memories, and then absolutely willing to entertain the discussion and questions that we need to. So a clarification on the memorandums. On August 25th, 2020, a memorandum was sent out to all employees about First Amendment and political speech issues. This was sent out to reinforce what is in Utah Administrative Code about the Utah Professional Educator Standards. It states in part that educators may not promote a personal opinion, personal issues, or political positions as part of the instructional process in a manner inconsistent with law. 2 days later, on August 27th, 2020, an addendum memorandum was sent out to all employees that sought to clarify what constitutes political speech. This addendum was immediately rescinded as many employees expressed concerns over what the district had delineated as political speech. Employees were also notified that the district would provide additional guidance at a later date. At this point in time, members from the district's Equity Council offered to help in crafting a new memorandum. After many hours of work and after a thorough review by the district's administration and the school board in a public meeting, a new memorandum was sent to all employees on November 23rd, 2020. This memorandum was not meant to replace the first memorandum on First Amendment and political speech. Rather, this memorandum was additional guidance and clarification from the district to our employees. This memorandum served to let our employees know that they are valued and that the Murray City School District is committed to equity for all. So that's about as brief as I can make it without reading all three memorandums.
Thank you. Do we have questions associated with the memorandums? Off mute.
I just wanted to point out, or just, how do I, in asking our questions about the memorandums in board meeting, there was a feeling that we were being ignorant, I guess, as board members. And I just wanted to clarify that a lot of times as a board, we maybe are asking a question that we're asking for the people to hear the answer, or it's not our personal feelings. It's, hey, like, what if the public thought this? What if the public thought that? How would we answer that? And so I was a little taken back that it was seen as, anyways, as us not trying to understand. So I just kind of wanted to make a statement on that. But I also wanted to state that when we got when the third memorandum, or which now I guess we shouldn't even call the third memorandum the way that sounds, came out, I had my lens kind of like on like different cultures and races is what we were looking. And I was touched and blown away by how many of our teachers who are LGBTQ contacted us and said, this makes me feel safer in my school. And it came from a different direction than who I thought it was going to be, who I thought maybe we were reaching out to the most. And it was really powerful to hear those messages that, hey, that made me feel better about being me in Murray School District. And I won't forget that. And I have to acknowledge that. So,
yeah. And I can certainly understand, because when the second memorandum went out, and the reason it was immediately rescinded was our emails and our phones blew up, and we had taken apart a safety net for our employees, and we knew it, and we had to repair that. And that, when that third memorandum went out, then we got that. I feel safe. I feel safe to work in this community. I feel safe and I feel included. And that was our aim, is to have that inclusivity and that we are Murray. So.
I'm sorry, guys, this computer thing. Maybe we can talk a little bit of clarification for the public, mostly of the last part of the last paragraph in the third memorandum, and maybe what direction we were going with that, or the group was going with that. What were the ideas and thoughts behind that section?
So let me go ahead and read it, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the last paragraph of the memo says Murray City School District supports and encourages all educators to center equity in their daily teaching. Some examples include equity-based curriculum, conversations, dialogue, and displays that emphasize the dismantling of individual and systemic barriers to student achievement. We are committed to prioritizing equity in Murray City School District. We are Murray, every one of us. Boy, that's pretty overarching to say, what were we going for? I think there were a lot of things that were being going for, that every child, every staff member is included, that if I have a discussion about something, about a diverse topic, it's going to be okay. If a child in my classrooms brings up racism or LGBTQ, how do I handle that? How do I handle these topics that these children come to our classrooms every day with, and have these questions, and our employees, and that safety, and that it's okay to have these conversations. And our educators, they know their bounds. They are instructed, they're required every year to sign off on the Utah Educator Professional Ethics Standards. They are hyper aware of what they say and their influence on children. And they want to make sure that everyone has a place and that everyone feels part of it. That's where I get it. I mean, you can parse words and say, no, this means that or means that, but that's really the intent.
And if I may, I think you'll hear more about what that means in our presentation as well. So I want to put a pin in that as well, because I think we'll reference back to that. In fact, Aaron, when you're done with that memo, if I can borrow it for a second, that paragraph, thanks.
Any additional questions for the clarification memorandums? Okay. I think we reserve the right that if we come up with another question and we need to go circle back, because there's a lot of information, we may do so. But so just because we've gone past it doesn't mean we may not go back to it as we try to get all clarity with this. Educational leadership, strand 7.
I'm the one that's harassing you guys about unmuting. Sorry. That's a perfect segue to our presentation. Superintendent, can you see the presentation screen? Okay, great. I am going to minimize that so that I can see it. Robin and I are going to be, Oh, that's like, are you unmuted? We're going to have to just, there we go. So Robin and I have the opportunity to share with you kind of the why behind all of this, kind of this hurricane of activity that's happening. So if you'll bear with us, I think we're going to lay out pretty, maybe not succinctly, but not long-winded, I promise. But there is a lot that we're going to share with you. And I think it's going to be very educational, both for our board, but also for our public as well. So with no further ado, we're going to go ahead and get on into it with a definition of equity and this whole idea of equality and equity and what it really means. Equity is a misunderstanding, I believe. In light of recent events, it is misunderstood to be synonymous with perhaps racism. It may be synonymous with gender. It might be synonymous with, say, quotas. It might even be synonymous with sex education or reading of books. But really, it has everything to do with access and opportunity. Evidenced in this picture, you can see in the first image, it is assumed that everyone will benefit from the same supports and they are being treated equally. In the second image, individuals are given different supports to make it possible for them to have equal access to the game. They are being treated equitably, which is great, right? Everybody can see the game. But in the final picture, in the third image, all three can see the game without any supports or accommodations. We have removed the systemic barriers that are preventing them from being able to see the game. In their book, Excellence Through Equity by Alan Blankenstein and Pedro Noguera, they state, in education circles, the word equity is often controversial and very confusing. Such responses tend to occur because when the term equity is raised, it often evokes a zero-sum scenario, a perception that if we do more for those who are disadvantaged, it means there will be less for the advantaged. When this occurs and the pursuit of equity is subverted by the assumption that there must be winners and losers, rarely is any progress made. We are striving for a community that overcomes an impasse and serves to remove barriers for all learners, which personifies the very essence of we are Murray. So our teaching and learning department, oh, that's you, sorry.
So just as a reminder, and for parents who may not know the function of the teaching and learning department, we work on three core areas, which are curriculum, which is what we teach, instruction, how we teach, and assessment, which is how we know how our students are learning. In this support, we sponsor, we support, we learn from, and we teach our administrators, our teachers, counselors, and our support staff.
We didn't plan for the mute button. In supporting all of our teachers, our administrators and district leaders all have to follow the Utah Educational Leader Strands and leadership standards. And it is important to highlight the standards today. Strand number 7 asks us to identify and honor each student and promote their well-being. This speaks highly to developing relationships with all students in our charge. I'm going to go through each of those standards and just simply highlight each of these. So in standard of strand 7, in standard 7.1, each student gets to be known, accepted, valued, trusted, and respected. And nothing is more evidence than what Mrs. Anderson expressed tonight with that one particular student. Standard 7.2, equitable access to effective teachers, to effective learning opportunities, equitable access to academic and social support. Our principals have to ensure that every student gets that. To equitably distribute and target resources, that all students have access to that all of our teachers have equitable access to those resources as well. To address student behavior in a positive, equitable, and unbiased manner, that all students are going to be treated the same way, that we have systems in place that will be addressed equitably. That we address matters of equity and cultural responsiveness. And finally, that we promote the preparation of students to live productively in and positively contribute to society. That's just one of many standards that our principals have to attack and develop. And all of those, if you notice, they're equitable or equity or equality was mentioned about 7 times just in those descriptions of those standards.
Equally are the Utah effective teaching standards that apply to each of our classroom teachers. And their standards also outline what effective teaching and learning looks like in the Utah public education system. As we also address those with our students, with our teachers, I would like to highlight that one of theirs, which is standard 3, indicates that they collaborate with students to establish a positive learning climate of openness, respectful interactions, support, and inquiry. Standard 7 addresses instructional strategies, which highlights the range of developmentally, culturally, and linguistically appropriate instructional strategies. Additionally, using resources to adapt instruction and varies his or her role to meet the needs of individuals in a group of learners.
What you're looking at here now, am I unmuted? Okay, I kept myself open. What you're looking at here is called the PCBL framework, because we don't have enough acronyms. We are adding another one: personalized and competency-based learning. So at the end of the K-12 experience, that portrait of a graduate is what we will aspire to for all of our students, right? Hardworking, resilient learners, civic education, all of those things. But the vehicle by which we get there is these 6 puzzle pieces, if you will: student agency, demonstrated competency and assessment, customized support, purpose and vision, equity, and social and emotional learning. And they've developed this framework in Utah to support teachers, students, and leaders in their quest to fulfill that portrait of a graduate. So these 6 puzzle pieces, one of which is equity and another social and emotional learning, are integral parts of this framework. And so we're going to look at much of what you see here is repeated from the leadership standards and the teacher standards, including these promising practices on the right-hand column that teachers and students would engage in the classroom. So you look here at the definition of equity from the State Office of Education. Again, it's about the equitable distribution of resources for those students, and then social and emotional learning as well. So the cultural and relationships within a classroom are critical for teachers to cultivate in order for learning to happen at high levels. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a popular motivational theory that is widely referred to in education circles. In this theory, Abraham Maslow suggested that before individuals meet their full potential, they need to satisfy a series of needs. Is the student getting all of their physical needs met? These basic needs include food, water, sleep, oxygen, and warmth. How safe do they feel in our classrooms? Do all students have a feeling of belonging in our classroom? Does each student feel that they belong to a group? Do they have strong relationships with their peers? The next stage is esteem. Do all students feel good about themselves? Are we giving them feedback to support their self-esteem? And do they believe that their peers think positively about them? All of those things are incorporated into our curriculum and our frameworks.
And I think it's important, before we move to a section and talking about our data in Murray, I think it's very important to pause on those 2 concepts of equity and our social emotional learning of our students. And as you think about where we were on March 12th and where we came back in August before we started school, we had a return to school like none other with COVID. And we knew that there had been kids that had gone home on March 12th and hadn't opened up their Chromebooks to study. We knew that there were kids and families that were suffering, and they still may be suffering the hardships of COVID-19. And we think it's really important to pause on this moment to talk about exactly what Missy just lined out, in that we need our students to be in a space where they feel safe, they feel okay, they feel all of those connections before they're going to be able to adequately learn. And again, we have known that before COVID. We knew that that was something we needed to address, but this time during the pandemic, it's been like none other that we've had to say, are the kids okay? And as we've moved forward our year, that idea of inspiring hope and resilience, that idea of perseverance has become paramount in our conversations, and our teachers and our administrators have been very committed to making sure that we're okay and that we have hope for our students. So with that being said, we do want to talk about the data in our district. We are very proud of We Are Murray, and we are very proud of all we accomplish. We also are very proud of what the teachers are taking on and the fact that they are so willing to figure out how to best serve all of their students. So when we talk tonight about our data, we need to say that it's a reality. It's a picture that we work with, but we also want to accent the point that our teachers are very much people who want to build efficacy and consistently ask us, what can we do? What can we do to make that happen? So the first one that we will start with is and I'm out of order, sorry, is our graduation data. And when we look at that data, again, our data speaks to the disparity of some of our students' experiences and opportunities within our schools. Some of the data requires us to immediately act and provide a plan to the state or to the federal government on how we might respond. Some of our funding also requires that we show how we're addressing this data. However, again, I want to come back to the point to emphasize that our teachers' levels of professionalism and care is the strongest driving force as we look at data and we ask ourselves what we can do for our students. As you look at the overall graduation rate, in 2020, it was 80%. But if you look at the subcategories, we have some work to do when we look at our groups with 53.6% of our African-American students graduating, only 66.7% of the economically disadvantaged, 63.6% of our ESL, and 54% of our kids with disabilities. We also would provide you with opportunity to look at a graph over time, and some years have been worse. I'm happy to report that 2020 was better than 2017, but we still know that we have work to do to get our students to a place of graduating. I would also highlight for you our SHARP and Casey data, and there is a lot of information that you can dive into with this. Both of those are student reports of the data, and they do talk about the risky behaviors and the social emotional feelings that they have. They also ask questions about bullying and how safe they feel at school. I've chosen to highlight for you just a couple of those graphs that are contained within the Casey data, and would tell you that it is a target for us to change where it says at school, all students are treated the same, regardless of where they came from. Only 56% of our students agreed on that. I will highlight for you that the two Casey surveys that you see in front of you tonight are from just one school. And we did that they didn't give us whole district data, they gave it by school. There is a pattern that we see. The elementary students are much more optimistic, and it goes down as they go up in our grades. Very much is a concern for us as we look at our adolescent learners and ask ourselves, why are they not coming to school? Why are they not passing their classes, and are they okay? How do we engage them? And again, we've got a lot of data contained within the Casey report and the SHARP data that give us pause and give us concern. As you go on to the school connectedness with the Casey data, again, as you look at those numbers of students reporting that they enjoy coming to school, that they're proud to be a student at their school, or they feel like they belong at their school, these are opportunities for growth and things that we are discussing as a staff. The SHARP data, again, there's a lot of information on there, but it is a survey that goes to the kids in 6th grade, 8th grade, 10th grade, and 12th grade. And if you look at this particular graph, which talks about the suicide-related indicators, is disheartening and it is frightening. And I would say it is a place that we can have a goal to set to make sure that our kids are feeling connected, and that when they are feeling lonely or depressed or bullied, that we have opportunities for them and places to go. And the last SHARP survey data that I shared with you talks about during the last 12 months, what has happened to the student as far as feeling safe and whether or not they've been bullied or been threatened in various ways. And with that, a challenge that we've given to our faculties is just, if you look at the state data and the fact that we are above the state data on all of that, we would really like to not be above the average. We would like to have an environment that feels safe and welcoming for all. With the next piece of data, this comes from surveys that have been given to our students these past few months for accreditation. And the advanced ed survey that just came, almost 800 students responded. They were asked to use the top 4 words to describe how they were feeling at that point in time. And they were given a great big list, some of the words very positive, and some of the words not so positive. Top 4 words that were chosen by our students were bored, pressured, confused, and tired. And of those 799 respondents, only 21% reported feeling happy. Another student survey that was given in January of 2021 had 115 responses. And with that, again, something that we are talking about is the fact that 38.3% said that they have had suicidal thoughts, and another 20.9% preferred not to tell us. And 57.4% reported being tired, stressed, and also depressed. So
Mute. Okay. So I get to chat with you about our Rise and Aspire data. And I always have a graph for you, friends. So this is our district demographic profile, okay? This is our percent of female and male. You see our demographic profile of African American and Black, and this is over the blue. The light blue is 2017-18, 18-19 in purple, and then the darker blue is 19-20. Okay, so you can see that about 20% of our student body in all of District K through 12 is 21%, 65-ish% is white. We do have 36% of our student body that is economically disadvantaged, 10% English language learners. Students with disability is at about 15%. We have 6% that are refugee and immigrant, and 1% of our student body that is homeless, which is 1% too many. When you look at this with students with disabilities, and we look at this just raw data, we have about 15% of our student body that is identified as students with disability. And the reason I'm showing you this graph is to show you how disproportionately our Hispanic students are identified as students with disabilities. If I go back to this graph, our Hispanic students are at 20%, but they are over-identified proportionately as a student with disability. Chronically absent, these are the students that are chronically absent. The good news is that we have 86% of our students are not chronically absent, but of those 14%, our Hispanic population is more chronically absent. And also those that are chronically absent are also those that are economically disadvantaged, as well as our students with disabilities are the ones that end up being chronically absent as well. Yeah. Our advanced courses, okay, if we look at this, So you have in the first few columns, you have the students that are registered for secondary math. We don't have an IB program, International Baccalaureate. And these are students that are taking advanced placement courses and concurrent enrollment. But then I look at this one column, it's about 5 over, it says all students in IB, AP, and concurrent enrollment courses. That's about 24% of our student body in secondary, okay? Of those students, these are the demographic profile of those students. So of those students, we don't have a very high representation of students that are American Indian or African American, only 8% of those students that are registered. We have 17% of those students that are registered for advanced courses are Hispanic. 13% of those students that are registered are economically disadvantaged. 7% are students with disabilities. So I put those red bracketed spaces to show the gap. And that's the study of equity. That's what we have to remove, those barriers. Remember that very first slide with the little box and the kids? What we want to do first is get the boxes, right? But then what we want to do second is remove the boxes and remove the fence so that more kids are able to take and access these advanced courses, because there are economically disadvantaged students that are able and willing and capable of taking our AP classes. Why are they not accessing those? What's the barrier? We need to figure that out. We need to find out why. So this is our math proficiency, K-12. Okay, so we don't have 1920 data. I can't imagine why. It was something about a global pandemic or something. I don't know if you remember. So we didn't have testing data for that. But our overall proficiency for math was 44% last year, 48% the year before that. But look at the disparity in proficiency when we look at it by demographic profile. 24% for our Hispanic students. Look at our ELL learners and our students with disabilities and our economically disadvantaged students. Notice our white students are above the overall percentage. Remember what we said at the beginning about a zero-sum difference. Again, language arts proficiency, same graph. And our science proficiency. Robin's going to talk about TSI, and then we are going to share with you some awesome stuff and the why and the good work that we've done to help solve and remove some of those barriers, because this isn't all bad news. We've got work to do, and this is hard work. TSI.
Thank you, Missy. We have a couple of designations that we are working with from the state level. And one of those you'll hear us reference, and it's TSI, which actually stands for Targeted Support and Improvement School Designation. With that designation, it is centered on looking at several things. At the high school level, they look at the students' growth on the end of level assessments. They also look at the quartile growth, which means if they moved from one level to the next. So they are getting points in both of those arenas. They look at ACT scores, the graduation percentage, and as they look at that for the high school, they then rank order all of the schools. If you also look at the pie for the middle school and elementary, they are looking at not only proficiency, but also the growth and the growth of the lowest 25%. And I would highlight for you that both elementary, junior high, and the high school, they are also doing points for our ESL students who take the WIDA test. And that is how much they grow towards that language proficiency over time. When you have a school that is designated TSI, it is because they are at the bottom 5% for 2 years in a row. And when they say bottom 5%, they designate which areas they did not meet those growth targets. And we have 4 of our schools who have been designated as TSI schools. And 2 of those schools are because of the progress or the scores of our special ed students and our ESL students. A similar piece of data that needs to be shared with you is with our equal opportunity schools, which is oftentimes also referred to as the enhancement for accelerated students. With this particular measurement and goal that is set by the state, they are looking for opportunities or for evidence of access that we are providing to all of our students. And what I would highlight for you there is that we have a disproportionate enrollment in all 3 areas of gifted, our AP programs, and our concurrent. And those levels that they are looking at are the students for free or reduced lunch, minority students, our ELL students, and our special education students. The idea there is that if you have 30% of your population who are Hispanic students, you should also see a similar percentage in your AP programs. And they then look at the disparity between that and ask us to set goals that are centered on us working as an entity to identify systemically what might be happening to keep those students from participating in those programs. A little bit more on the gifted ed data. Right now, we have of those participants, 94% of those students are not economically disadvantaged. The district demographic is 64%, which means that there's a disparity of 30%. So only 6% of our current gifted students come from economically disadvantaged families. In a similar fashion, only 11% of our gifted students are considered minority students. In our advanced placement programs, 19% of the students are coming from economically disadvantaged families, and only 22% of our AP students are minority students. Concurrent is very similar, with 17% coming from economically disadvantaged and 19% who are minority. Nope, it's me. We wanted to share with you just some of the things that have been happening recently in the news that are very relevant for the work that we are also undertaking in the Murray City School District. The first one I'd like to highlight for you is the American Pediatric Association. I would highlight that they have declared racism as a public health crisis. And they speak to the ways that racism hurts the children across America. And they also speak to the effects that COVID-19 have had on our minority children. Go ahead. They, in this article that is from Harvard Health, in speaking about the American Pediatric Association, have come together to list the action steps that pediatricians can take across the country for training not only of their doctors, but of their staffs that can help mitigate the harm that has happened to students and to children. And I would highlight for you the list that they came up because it's very similar to the action steps that we have talked about in Murray District. And that is taking a hard look at ourselves, taking stock of our beliefs and our biases and working to change those. Again, as you flow through that list that the American Pediatrics shared, each and every one of those questions are similar questions that we have asked ourselves as educators. I would highlight for you that just yesterday, our Utah House Committee sent to the floor a unanimous recommendation to declare racism a public health crisis.
Likewise, the Utah Board of Education also denounced racism in a very public forum. I'm sure you've all read this resolution, and also reiterated their official position on issues, especially after a whole lot of social media firestorms that were taking place. We are accountable for educating all learners to high academic standards and outcomes, regardless of differing characteristics. And you'll see in front of you a document from the IDRA, which identifies 6 goals. And if you notice, it's all about opportunity. It's all about access. It's all about making sure that we have high outcomes for all students, and making sure that inclusion is part of that goal as well. So we do have some celebrations, and Robin and I are going to share those with you. Is it me first? Oh, I'm sorry. All right, so a couple of things that we've done to help close those gaps that we just shared with you, because some of those things are fairly disheartening and discouraging, right? Like we look at that data and it's discouraging. So we did get that grant to diversify our books. We have invited in lots of folks to come in and speak to our teachers and provide professional learning experiences. Several to teach our teachers about academic language acquisition to help that ELL gap. Robin hosted some ELL Learner Wednesday trainings. She looks at ELL data with our principals and coaches frequently. Dr. David Parker came and did he did a kickoff with all of our educators, if you remember that. And then the high school and junior highs wanted him for more, and they couldn't get enough of him, and asked him to come to breakouts as they talked about having an inclusive classroom environment. And then we have oodles of book studies happening in our schools all the time on positive environments, trauma-based education, on check-in, check-outs, on behavior supports. We were able to get the second step curriculum throughout all of our elementaries, as well as the bullyology curriculum in all of our elementaries, which is huge to have those SEL supports, those social and emotional learning supports that we talked about, especially in light of all of that KC survey data that we just talked about. That was in direct response to that. Robin?
And just continuing the work, presentations on unprecedented school supports, which again have been designed to help mitigate the harm and build hope with our students in relation to COVID and the learning loss that may have happened. We've had multiple trainings with our teachers on restorative justice, and instead of being absolutely punitive with students, how to build and teach and help kids learn from their mistakes and move on to a better community. We've addressed the idea with our gifted and talented students that we can do this in a way that gets after all of our students, regardless of income or language. And this year, we're really proud to report that our kindergarten students, all of our students were assessed, and they were assessed at their home schools. And we're really excited about the results of that. And in fact, I'm super happy to report to you that Missy and her team have also looked at a way to identify our language learners whose growth levels are such that, do you want to jump in? Because I'm going to butcher this one. But
no, it's cool. So we actually looked at all of our students and their WIDA scores and identified any students that made twice the growth level on their composite score that the state expects, and we're identifying them as gifted in language development, and we're going to service them through the gifted program as well, which is huge. That just happened today. I didn't even tell you about it, boss. Go ahead.
And then going on with that, again, we have talked a lot about how do we keep families involved and informed. And one of the things that we've shifted this year is the use of Parent Square and messaging. And many of you know that we've even tackled with Canvas and grading, how do we better talk to our parents? And we've implemented our parent university and the ability for parents to really look inside of those grades. We also are very proud of the work that's been done in our district with hotspots and data gateways to ensure internet connectivity in ways that make sense and make sure that all students are able to access. We've implemented read and write software, which gives all students the ability to highlight words, to have words translated, and to make things more readable and understandable, whether they are an ELL special ed student or just a student who benefits from seeing and hearing things multiple times. We also have predictive text and scaffolded supports for learners. We are very proud of our number of our teachers who are teaching social studies that have been a part of programs that are encouraging civic discourse and how to have hard conversations or debates with each other and remain in a respectful community within your school and within your classroom. When we asked Carol Anderson to share out all of the workshops, book studies that she's done, it was too big for our little flow chart here, but she gave some of those with the PD on tough kids, behavior interventions, again, multiple opportunities with SEL and social justice. And then I would like to pause for just a minute to talk about the work that has been happening since this summer. And again, I would remind everyone of the impact of COVID and the social unrest that has been happening in our country. And we are very proud of the work that our community and our teachers have committed to. We started on July 29th with 12 panelists in an unscripted conversation who had stories to share about their experiences in our community, and teachers wrote responses to that. And if you remember as a board, those responses were shared with you. I don't know if you had opportunity to look at those, but 203 teachers attended and participated in that conversation and had heartfelt responses that centered on how do we make a difference with the social unrest that's happening. We continued that training with Listening with Care, with teacher training with Michelle Loveday, Dr. Jackie Thompson, and Dr. David Dominguez. We also had Listening with Care training that included some of you as school board members and all of our administrators with Dr. Mahan Reynolds and Ms. Arnetsky. Our Equity Council's work and direction is one that we also very much appreciate as they continue to ask the question about creating an inclusive community for all. And I also would highlight for us the Equity Council presentations to you as a school board with many of our members of the community, including Dr. Mahan Reynolds, Dr. Thompson, and Amanda Darrow. I think it's really important at this point to take a breath and to highlight that our teachers are listening and our teachers care. I think it's important to note that we have a culture where our teachers, when they encounter issues like the data we shared with you, or with a personal situation where they're not sure how to respond, they are consistently demonstrating problem-solving skills. They are consistently reaching out and saying, how might we do this differently? I will share with you that tonight we have a difficult conversation that was happening, a fight that was happening between faculty 2 weeks ago. And that disagreement has now moved to a teacher saying, I think we want to study this. Can we do this as professional development? And tonight they are participating in a webinar with 2 authors of a book about adolescent female issues. They then intend to read the book, and then they intend to have a discussion about the book. The teacher started with one idea and thought a couple of her friends would join her. Almost the entire faculty at one of our junior highs are participating. And we opened that up to other secondary teachers. And last time I looked, she had 32 people who were giving up a Thursday night. They're not getting paid, but they very much want to talk about adolescent female issues. And my hat's off to our entire faculty, to the team that I get to work with, to our administrators, that we have this can-do, this approach, this problem solving that says, we're here, we want to make a difference, and we care very much about this gap. We're not afraid of being uncomfortable. We're not afraid of exposing our own weaknesses and not knowing necessarily what the answer is, but in being very committed to pursuing how to do this so that all of our employees and all of our students feel safe, feel valued, and can actualize as learners within this environment. Missy?
Yep, last slide, I promise. Our Equity Council was empowered to make this statement, and the bullets that you are now looking at represent a community committed to our students. And now you understand why this statement was written and the passion with which it was written. Equity work is hard. It's uncomfortable work. They are hard conversations to have, but they are rewarding. This is the right work, and I am so proud to lock arms with educators and parents in this amazing district to engage in this work on behalf of students. Thank you for listening. Thank you for hearing all of the concerns from citizens, and thank you for doing what is in the best interest of student learning. Tonight, we will talk about a framework for equity, and I hope that all of this helps you to understand the why behind why we committed to equity work.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I have one to give maybe time for others to think about this, but I just would like maybe a little better understanding. We talked about disability. What is the definition of disability?
I think I want to defer over to Kelly. Is that okay?
Absolutely. So a disability is something that limits one of your life areas. So disability, there's disability classifications under special education law. And then there's disability classifications under the Americans with Disabilities Act. So it's a huge range of different kinds of disabilities. Not everyone that has a disability has an IEP or individual education plan. Not everyone that has a disability has a Section 504 accommodation plan. So disability is something that limits a life area. So it's
reading
pretty broad.
Right. So I guess I'm just trying to see conceptually if I am understanding some of this in the sense of equity. I mean, we have disabilities. Somebody, and I'm going to throw out some of them may or may not be right, but dyslexia. Somebody with a dyslexia may need a specific 504 or opportunity to have the opportunity to be successful in reading or whatever it is related to dyslexia that they need that assistance on. If we have somebody that feels unsafe because they are a minority or some other of these marginalized groups, does that fall under disability, or would that align with disability, or does that even come into that? Okay.
No, it's a whole. Sorry, it's a whole other class. So like when you read the federal law, it's based off of race, religious ideology, disability, gender. So all of those are federally identified groups.
But they fall under civil rights.
Civil rights law.
And all of those minorities, people with disabilities have had to fight for those rights. They weren't guaranteed, like if you were just the typical white person without, that was the majority, you didn't have to fight for any rights, but women did. people with disabilities did, other minorities did. So it all falls under civil rights.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just applause for the good things, but yeah, we have a lot of work to do. And that's pretty raw data right there in front of you. That's kind of hard to.
Yeah, it was hard. It's hard to look at all the time, for sure. And imagine being a student with that barrier.
So another question that I have, we obviously, as many know, we've received many comments from parents in the community. Some of those comments have indicated that they feel there is no need for any form of equity counsel, equity guidance, or focus, and that we should focus just on reading, writing, arithmetic. Based on the numbers that you presented to us tonight, do we feel like continuing to do the same thing will make really any significant impact in those issues?
I would probably re-ask that question based on what the data that we presented tonight. Why would we not be able to continue equity conversations?
Okay. Any other questions?
And Jaren, if I could just reiterate what I began with, equity isn't about race, racism, genderism, sex education, or about books being read. Equity is about access. Equity is about opportunity. Equity is about removing barriers. It's not about sex education the way we have had the most recent conversations. I think we need to redefine what has politically been charged in recent weeks. And remember, let's keep our eye on the ball of what racism is, or what equity is.
Yeah, I wrote down equity equals access and opportunities. That's
yeah. There were unfortunate incidences that now equity has become, and that is not what equity is.
I appreciate Robin and Missy for sharing all of the data, because I did not realize how many students we have that don't have the opportunities that other students have. So we really have to go up that ladder and help them, because some of the data regarding concurrent enrollment or AP, the numbers have gone down, I think, since a few years.
And there doesn't have to be a zero sum. That somebody doesn't have to lose in order for those federally protected classes to gain access. There doesn't have to be a loser to that. We can all win in this situation. There's not a zero sum.
the example I keep thinking of in my head is when we moved here, my daughter was in 2nd grade and my son was in 4th grade, and we moved to Parkside, and people said, you're going to put your kids in a Title I school. And I remember having my socks knocked off by all the opportunities they got by being in a Title I school. It didn't take away their opportunities. It gave them more opportunities because there were more helps and paras and all sorts of things. And I still think my kids benefited from being at a Title I school more than they would have got at a non-Title I school. So I like that idea of doesn't have to be a net zero. It can be good for all.
And I think it would be fantastic if during our tenure with Murray City School District, if every single parent felt exactly the way Jaren illustrated with some of the letters coming from parents, that they didn't think there was any problem. I mean, how fantastic would that be if every ESL parent, every minority parent felt like they also had that same experience? And again, we remain committed to that. Our teachers, our administrators are also committed to that. And I think partnering with parents to find out how do we best serve your students so that they can self-actualize. I think will be powerful. And I would also note that there's been a lot of work already in play. When we first were designated as an EASP because of the data for gifted and for concurrent and for AP, we came back from that training and immediately started talking with our counselors about how to make a difference there. And there's been a lot of conversations that have been happening. So again, I go back to that absolute commitment that we're learning, we're getting smarter, we're asking for people what their experiences are and how we might learn and do that differently for kids.
I think it's about kindness, and it starts with the teachers, because so often we have students that are just don't have a friend. And at lunchtime, you could go through the school and somebody's sitting in a corner all by themselves. And how do we teach our students to be kind to everyone? And even in elementary, when they're out playing, there's sometimes students that don't have a friend at time either. So, and I don't know how we can do that through kindergarten through 12th grade, but that's what I think Murray is all about. We all want to be together, and we have to enjoy each other.
I think it's worth repeating what.
Not now. It went off.
Can you hear me now? It's worth repeating exactly. It says my internet connection is unstable. All right, now. It says my internet's having trouble. Oh, I just think it's worth repeating exactly what Missy said. In response to Jaren's question, is equity is much more than what it has been portrayed through our district in the last few weeks. And I think that's something that as administrators, as board, and as parents, we need to keep the eye on what really are we trying to accomplish here. That's just my thoughts.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on now to IN 304 text review policy.
Thank you, President Cooper. Superintendent Covington has asked me to take us through IN 304. And we're going to do this in detail this evening. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to take us through, as you're aware, Director Hamilton presented us with a first reading of this document, the last board meeting we had. And I would like to take you through, there were some questions, and the reason we have multiple readings, we have a first and a second reading on this, is so that questions can be answered and revisions can be made. I'm going to take you through, after questions were answered, I'm going to take you through the latest revisions for this policy. It's still up for a second reading and changes can still happen. This is this is the state of the current proposal for this policy. And I'm going to read this in sections, and we'll just go through in sections, and then we'll pause at the end of each section and ask if there are any questions or any discussion that needs to take place by the board of the group here tonight. So with that, just a reminder that this policy is the text review policy. It was effective back in November, on November 9th of 1972. There was a revision done in April, on April 4th of 2012. We had the first reading on the 11th of this month, and now we're today looking at it again in a study session. So I'd like to go through the first section. For purposes of this policy, it is important to note the following definitions. Required reading. Texts that are part of required reading and are part of district textbook adoption process and include supplemental texts, trade books, and digital materials. Curricular reading, texts that are part of the classroom and or school leveled libraries. They may not be part of the district textbook adoption process, but are critical to skill development and are used as part of instruction to close reading achievement gaps and or target specific skills in reading or other content areas. Independent reading, reading material that is available in classrooms and available for self-selection by students. This would include a classroom library that students may explore titles on their own during a free reading time period. This would not include books that a student would bring from home or to read themselves during independent reading time. And this policy is accompanied by the process and procedures outlined in the section Evaluation and Adoption of Instructional Text Manual. And Missy does have a copy of that for your review. Are there any questions regarding this first section or any discussion that you'd like to have regarding the first section? Any questions that can be answered by the
Scott, quick question. We've done obviously a lot more revision from our last session. Where has a lot of this insight come from? Has it been from review of other districts' policies, state laws? Where have we kind of come to the definitions, kind of not only for this section, but probably for the document as it's being drafted at this point?
Yes, thank you for the question. And Missy might want to add to this, but let me just say that we've looked at policies around the state. We have also looked at existing administrative code, Utah administrative code, and we've tried to couple, and you'll see where that plays a part as we go through these revisions and where some of these are actually, it's even notated there where code is included in here. So good question. Missy, anything else that, thank you.
So just to clarify for everybody listening, this is not in our libraries. This is in classrooms.
This is classroom text. We have a separate library policy.
We found that there's a need for a separate library policy. So we're actually look at, we are just going to present in study session the possibility of looking at a library policy.
And that
with this,
that was my understanding. They need to be handled separately. So.
Yeah, and we're looking at having an additional policy for libraries. Thank you. Number one, standards for required text. Text selections which are part of required reading and are part of the district textbook adoption process and include supplemental text, trade books, and digital materials shall meet the following criteria, and this is where it's referenced, Utah Administrative Code R277-469-6. A, are consistent with core requirements. B, are mapped and aligned to the core and state adopted assessments if planned for use as primary materials. C, are high quality, research-based, and proven to be effective in supporting student learning. D, provide an objective and balanced viewpoint on the issues. E, include enrichment and extension possibilities. F, are appropriate to varying levels of learning. G, are accurate and factual. H, reflect the pluralistic character and culture of the American people and provide accurate representation of diverse ethnic groups. I, are free from sexual, ethnic, age, gender, or disability bias and stereotyping. J, are of acceptable technical quality. Are there any questions or discussions that you have concerning section 1? Please feel free to take your time to look that over. I know this is kind of laborsome, but I think it's important, and so please feel free to take your time. Okay. Number 2, standards for curricular texts. Texts that are part of the classroom and or school leveled libraries that may not be part of the district textbook adoption process, but are critical to skill development and are used as part of the instruction to close reading achievement gaps and/or target specific skills in reading or other content areas shall meet the following criteria. Once again, Utah Administrative Code R 277-469-6. These will become pretty familiar as we go through these. I apologize, but you'll become pretty familiar with these. A, are consistent with core requirements. B, are mapped and aligned to the core and state adopted assessments. C, are high quality, research-based and proven to be effective in supporting student learning. D, provide an objective and balanced viewpoint on the issues, E, include enrichment and extension possibilities. F, are appropriate to varying levels of learning. G, are accurate and factual. H, reflect the pluralistic character and culture of the American people and provide accurate representation of diverse ethnic groups. I, are free from sexual, ethnic, age, gender, or disability bias and stereotyping. J, are of acceptable technical quality. Any questions regarding, and remember these different areas of texts as we go?
Yes, I do. But I think I would like maybe a little more understanding on section I, and what does that fully envelop? Does that mean that we don't talk about it all, or do we just do it such that we're not trying to stereotype or point out, or what does that really definition mean?
So, and I invite anyone to jump in here as well. I don't know that this is a discussion should be had for all of us, but remember this, from the code, it says that biases and stereotyping will be free from these areas, from sexual, ethnic, age, gender, or disability. And that there will be no bias or stereotyping in these areas, if that helps clarify.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the group?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Well, and that's code. That's not a Murray call, that's code.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, that's state code. Number 3, standards for independent text. Text that is available in classrooms and available for self-selection by students is considered independent text. This would include a classroom library where students may explore titles on their own during a free reading time period. This would not include books that a student would bring from home to read themselves during independent reading time. It is the responsibility of classroom teachers and their administrators to ensure that reading materials available in classrooms are appropriate. Reading materials which are stored in classrooms and available for self-selection by students shall be previewed by the certified teacher and meet the following criteria. Utah Administrative Code R 277-469-6. And again, those include A, are consistent with core requirements. B, are mapped and aligned to the core and state adopted assessments if planned for use as primary materials. C, are high quality, research-based and proven to be effective in supporting student learning. D, provide an objective and balanced viewpoint on the issues. E, include enrichment and inclusion possibilities. F, are appropriate to varying levels of learning. G, are accurate and factual. H, reflect the pluralistic character and culture of the American people and provide accurate representation of diverse ethnic groups. I, are free from sexual, ethnic, age, gender, or disability bias and stereotyping. And J, are of acceptable technical quality. Any questions? Again, same group of criteria for that particular area. Next section is number 4, standards for digital selection of text. It is the responsibility of the digital teaching and learning director and the student data privacy manager to ensure the FERPA privacy rights of students are being protected when purchasing digital software and textbook licenses for students. Software programs that provide access to titles of books to children shall first ensure that all software programs have passed industry standards with regard to rigor and relevance and tied to skill development. When using district technology resources for educational activities, teachers will A, select material that is appropriate in light of the age of the students and relevant to the course objectives. B, preview materials and sites they require students access to determine the appropriateness of the material contained on or accessed through the site. C, provide guidelines and lists of resources to assist their students in channeling their research activities effectively and properly. And D, assist their students in developing the skills to ascertain the truthfulness of information, distinguish fact from opinion, and engage in discussion about controversial issues with the student and his or her parent. Any titles found on a software program will follow the same reconsideration of materials as indicated below with the following modification. A, the digital teaching and learning director will be assigned to attend the district review committee meeting as part of the review process and as a voting member, replacing the voting member of the district director of teaching and learning. B, the digital teaching and learning director will bring relevant research from the software vendor. Any questions on this section? Or any discussion that you'd like to have? Thank you. Number 5, organization of text review committees. A, the district shall organize 2 committees chaired by the respective district directors of teaching and learning over secondary or elementary. And B, district review committee. Number 1, district elementary text review committee. A, membership shall include elementary director of teaching and learning who is a non-voting member unless there is a tie. 7 teachers, 1 from each school representing the 7 different grade levels from grades K through 6. A district elementary library media specialist, an elementary principal, and 7 parents, 1 from each school, who are selected by the corresponding school community council of each school. Number 2, district secondary text review committee. Membership shall include secondary director of teaching and learning who is a non-voting member unless there is a tie, 1 library media specialist, 1 secondary administrator, 1 instructional coach, 1 teacher from each school, 3 parents, 1 from each school who are selected by the corresponding school community council of each school. Number 3, the committee shall meet at least annually or as needed for the purpose of reviewing new text selections which are being considered as required for curricular texts. Is there any question or discussion with regard to this section?
So this, am I good? Why does it? So this section would basically pertain as we get new books, as we need new relevant material. These 2 committees would be the committees that reviewed those books and add them into our
This is for
textbook selection,
curricular
correct?
texts and for curricular
Only for
text.
curricular text.
Library books are in a different category, and that's why we want to present the idea of a library policy as well. Any comments from the group?
Would teachers selections that teachers might have for their independent reading for kids, would they fall under this policy or would they fall
I think what Cammie's asking is if it's, or where do independent reading books fall into?
Sorry. Am I good now?
So she's also talking about books that are selected by a teacher to be in their, little independent library in their classroom, just to clarify where those fall in this policy. Sorry, Cami.
Comment, Missy, on the elementary is primarily where.
Yeah. So you want to know where, so they would be under the elementary review committee. But so is your question about how they get placed in the classroom library, or is your question about how do you challenge books?
Well, as a teacher, into my library behind students need access to. Does that fall into this?
Yes.
No. Let me suggest that we go to the next section, and maybe this will add clarity if we're understanding the question correctly. In letter C, each elementary school may organize a school text review committee if needed for the purpose of reviewing curricular text for the classroom and/or as requested by the principal, teachers, or parents within the school. When created, this committee membership shall include the principal, who will be a voting member, who will chair the committee, 2 teachers appointed by the principal, the library media specialist, and 3 parents appointed by the school community council. Does that help clarify on the books for the classroom?
Yes, classroom, yeah. So classroom libraries, books that would go into the classroom library that kids would have access to, yes, need to be reviewed because kids would have access to those. A classroom library is considered curricular versus a library where they have free access to that.
So my question is, and I think Cami maybe kind of was trying to ask this question too. This is moving forward. We're not going to go review every book. Oh my goodness, I think of some of these teachers and they have whole libraries in their classroom, right? This is a forward-looking policy. And yeah, that's a lot of books. Like, how do we think we're going to, like I said, some of us are just super into buying books. I will act innocent in this, but and so I know teachers that buy, I did the book fair for years. They get hundreds of books at a time. And are we going to review all of those?
The answer is no. However, best practice is that all of our teachers, and the policy states that all of our teachers should know what's on their bookshelves. They should absolutely have previewed those because our kids have access to those in their classrooms.
Which goes back to, are they the section where it talked about appropriate,
Yeah.
So that's one of those things where Darren mentioned earlier, we put it to their professional code that they know what's in their reading library and that they are aware of their contents. And
right,
that's another one of those things that goes back to a lot of things teachers are responsible for.
Yep. And they certainly need to know what is on their shelves. Okay. Have we cataloged and inventoried them? We have not. Okay. That would be an enormous lift, but teachers need to know what's on their shelves.
And if I could point in here, we have classified 3 categories: required reading, curricular reading, and independent reading. And so if we look down in this policy where we're talking about the review, the committee, it talks about right here that the purpose of this is for reviewing new text selections which we are being considered as required for curricular text. I think maybe where the clarification needs to come is, where does that fall in here? Is it that are being considered for required reading? I think that might be what you're asking, because something that's going to be read to the entire class would be required reading and would need to go through this review process. I think that, does that address maybe what you're asking? Curricular reading isn't necessarily something that every student is going to read. This is where a teacher might say, oh, I'm going to pull this book and have this group of 5 students and we need to close the gap here. We need to use this for an instructional purpose for some reason. All of our schools have leveled libraries. I would say any of our patrons are welcome to come in and look at those leveled libraries in their teacher classes. That is where we ask the teachers, they need to know what's in their classroom.
Yeah.
So let me clarify, Missy, we would only be doing the district review committee for required reading.
Right.
In elementary, not the curricular or independent reading.
Right, because the curricular reading, I mean, you're welcome to come and look at those, but we're talking like hop on pop, dad's day at home. I mean, not a whole lot of controversy on those topics because they're very technical texts. So,
So if I can just get clarification on some of the definitions a little bit, and it may not be necessary directly on the policy, but just maybe I'm trying to understand how they might relate to the policy. If we have a classroom library that a teacher has, would that be separate than maybe a personal library that they may also have there, but are not necessarily considered a part of the classroom independent reading? But would if that private library happens to be in the classroom, does that automatically make it become a part of that classroom library or not?
That's a great question. So no, if that personal library, if a teacher then takes a book off of that shelf and does that book as a read aloud, now that's become required reading.
So it should have been then reviewed prior to that happening.
Right. So it's really tricky, and we can make this really hard for teachers, or we can really trust professionalism of teachers, right? Because of an isolated incident. But as soon as so the kids don't have access to it, so it's not part of their classroom library if a teacher is using it for their own reference. But as soon as that teacher has now grabbed that book and is reading it as a read aloud, now that is not optional, right? Now it has elevated to a required text because everybody is having to read it. If it's part of the classroom library and they're using it as for a small group intervention, then that's now just curricular text. So there is a difference. I mean, elementaries are really tricky because there's just books everywhere, and I think there's some judgment that we need to and some autonomy that we need to provide to our teachers.
Right. And I feel like we're going to have to give them some judgment going forward because we can't, like, there's going to be books that they've used in their curriculum for years as a read along. Like sometimes I grab this one, sometimes I grab this one because the kid, based on the room full of kids you have.
Or they come back from recess and you need to amp them down.
For sure. And so to ask that every time they pull a book that it has gone through a committee and they have, that's just gets so.
Well, it's a little tricky because I know can you hear me?
Yeah.
In a couple of my children's classes, they were asked to bring a book for their favorite, when it was their week to be highlighted or whatever. They had to bring their favorite book from home. So that's not going to go through any kind of review process. So we just have to trust the teacher that they have known that book and understanding that it's an appropriate book to be read in that age.
If I may just remind, as a board, one of the responsibilities that you have is to help set policy, or is to set policy in a school district. So that's why this discussion is important, to make sure that you are comfortable and that we are all comfortable with the way that the language is in a policy like this. So we need to have these discussions to make sure that you have no question that's very clear. And if we need to rewrite or redo any of this, that is the right way to go about this, to make sure that you feel.
And if it's too restrictive, we can loosen it up.
Yes, let us know what, in our conversations, we need to know if you feel that this is something that reflects what you as a school board and what our district wants to have as we set policy in moving forward with approval of texts
Yeah, so I just, in my mind, I think parents, the transparency, parental rights, like all on board. But then I think of a teacher who's taught for 20 years and they're thinking every book they pull off their shelf, is it on the list? Is it appropriate? I mean, I treat them all as professionals. They know if it's appropriate, but is it going to hinder their teaching because they're always thinking, is this going to be okay? Is it on the approved list? And I don't
I can tell you that right now, that's exactly what
It is-
what is happening to teachers.
feeling.
They are afraid.
And
They are
there's
worried.
books they've read for ages.
They are worried that everything that they read is going to be questioned, which is super unfortunate.
Yeah, and that's hard for me to.
Yep.
Yeah.
So again, the importance of, as we look and review this policy, and as you study this policy, and as we move forward and go through readings, it's very important that we try to weigh out and balance what this policy will represent in moving forward to our teachers, our school community, to you as a school board, to the district administration, to all involved. We need to make sure that we feel that this will best represent how we can make text selections in our school.
So I'm just trying to think of worst case scenario of a teacher in a classroom has maybe something happening between students and has a book that thinks it would be a great book to use as a story to help maybe bring them together or help them maybe understand the differences. And it's in their personal library. They're going to need to probably plan far enough in advance before they read that to get some kind of approval. If we
No. So in my opinion, I don't think they do. I think somebody's making a lot of noise. I don't think they do. I think what this policy is saying is they can put them in their libraries as long as it follows A, B, C, D, all the way through J in the state code. That they know and understand the state code, and that if it follows that, then they are good, right? And that's fine because that's their professional judgment, and that we're not questioning that. I think what this policy, the essence of this policy that it's trying to get at is, if a book is challenged, as has been with Call Me Max, then we have a process to deal with that.
Okay, that's good clarification. Okay, that to you too, Jaron. Like, you're going back to these questions, these codes. Is it this, and this, or not this, and this?
If it is, then great. I can use it.
I can use it. I don't have to.
It's not an exception. I don't have to get approval for every dang book that I read, but rather there's a process that if a book is called into question, then we have a reconsideration policy.
So maybe based on that, we all had to have a discussion to get to that point. Maybe there's something in this wording that's not quite there to, if you were just reading it as a parent or as an educator, that I don't know, maybe it's because that just took us 15 minutes to get to that point. I think that.
But Minnie, what you're saying is, if the book comes in question, we'll use Call Me Max because that's the book in question. There's a process through here where that can be challenged. But that book maybe should have been challenged before it was read.
Before it was read.
So how do we prevent that from happening? To make sure that it's transparent to parents that this book is going to be read. So we have to put the trust on the teachers to go and say, yeah, it meets all of these criteria. Right. I am going to read it.
What Cami just said, and I don't know, was it cutting in and out for y'all? Yeah. So what Cami just said is, I think, is your Chromebook fully powered?
Yeah.
Is it fully charged?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, trade her out headphones real quick and let's see. So what Cammie said was, so is in this policy a space for what happened with Call Me Max? Is there a space there for a teacher to have been able to say, hang on a second, I don't think I can read this book,
Yeah.
even though you brought it from home? And the answer to that is yes. If you look in 3, Roman numeral 3, and Superintendent, I don't know if you have that up. I had to pull it up on mine. And where it reads, this would include a classroom library. Okay, this would not include books that a student would bring from home to read themselves during independent reading time. Because remember, I said, as soon as a teacher reads it out loud to everybody, it now is required reading. And the teacher would have had to put it through kind of her mental checklist of are consistent with core requirements, are mapped. And the teacher may, in this case, have said yes to all of those things and still read it, right? But the big line here is be previewed by the certified teacher and meet R277-469, right? But that would have been able to give the teacher a pause to say, I so appreciate you bringing this book in. Can you give me a minute to read it and see if this will work? I have some rules I have to follow before I can just bring in books from outside, and I can decide and see if that's going to be the right book to read. So I think that, yes, I think the answer to Cammie's question is that there is a space to address that in this policy, to say, hang on, I have to follow a rule and make sure that it goes through all these filters to see if it is. And again, we do rely on the professional judgment of a teacher. And you do have kids all the time that bring their book and say, will you read my favorite book about a fish? And in some cases, we just don't have the time curricularly to say, I just can't read that book right now, and we have to be able to give a safe space for our teachers to be able to make that adjustment.
So the other thing it does do is, so if a situation were to happen again and the book was challenged, it gives us a place to how we deal with that at this point, which is what we didn't have, was really a process of, hey,
Yeah.
and it could be like a 6th grade chapter book, and so it could be a little more in depth and picture book.
And Scott hasn't gotten to the challenge procedure, so maybe that's a good space for Scott to get to, is on 8, Roman numeral 8, so that you can hear the challenge procedure, and that might help clear things up too.
So
Scott,
thank you for this.
Let's start wherever you left off, and then we'll just get to the point of finish, and then let's ask whatever questions we've got after. Need to unmute.
I think at the beginning of every year in elementary schools, the teacher sends home a little list of what they can bring to the school or not. And I just think you add one more thing, because typically they bring Kleenex, they do all kinds of things. But I think if the parents get that every single year, it's going to just be normal.
Yeah.
I worry a little about being that restrictive as a mom of kids who never wanted to read the assigned reading, but are avid readers who would walk in with their chapter book because they read it constantly. I worry a little bit about like hardlining, like you can't bring your book you were reading.
Yeah, and they can bring their own independent reading materials.
They just need to be able to keep that to themselves, which is, I worry about having any sort of line where we say, don't bring in books.
Yeah. Just don't expect them to be read out loud to the class.
Yeah.
Right? Go ahead, Scott. I think we are on
Number 4, Roman numeral number 4. Is that correct?
Are we on 4, or I thought we were on? Are we on 4? Sorry. Yeah, whatever we're on.
I'm sorry. I said 4. We're on 6.
Okay.
I had my number backwards. Thank you. I apologize. Number 6, text review process. A, text selection and recommendations for classroom material shall be conducted at the local school level. Follow the process and procedure outlined in the selection and adoption of instructional materials manual. B, upon approval, the text selection will be added to the district approved text list for use at the specific grade level. C, the District approved text lists will be available for the public to view. And Jaren, you made a suggestion. I don't know if you want us to finish out and then have all of our questions, or do you still want to go section by section? Go ahead and finish out. Number 7, parents/guardian rights. A, parents, guardians may exempt their students from a required reading assignment if they personally find the text objectionable. The student shall be assigned an alternate text selection without penalty. By law, schools must respond to objections to materials or curriculum content in one of the following ways. And this again is from 53G-10-205.2.A through B. 1, waive the participation requirement, or 2, provide a reasonable alternative to the requirement.
Oh,
Number 8,
strike that.
reconsideration of text procedure. A, parents are encouraged to initially discuss their concerns about any instructional material being used in the classroom with the appropriate teacher. B, the teacher should meet with the parents to discuss their concerns, the reason for the selection, and, if appropriate, offer a mutually acceptable alternative. C, if the parents are not satisfied with that outcome, they may submit a written explanation of their concern or concerns with the instructional materials to the school principal. D, the principal will inform the parents appellant of the intended use of the questioned material and its relevance to the core standards. The principal may involve appropriate personnel in the explanation of the selection procedure, criteria, and the qualifications of those reviewed and recommended the material. Those who reviewed and recommended the material. E, a parent desiring action beyond restricting their own students' access to a particular book or text in their own student's classroom may challenge the placement of the item through the reconsideration of text procedure. 1, the parent must submit a full and complete reconsideration of text form. Incomplete forms will not be forwarded to the committee for review. 2, the form may be obtained on the school's website, the district website, the link at the end of the policy, IN 304. 3, upon receipt of the completed form, the principal will notify the district director of the request, and the district director will call a meeting of the district review committee to introduce the request. 4, the material in question will remain in use during the reconsideration process. 5, the parent appellant will provide the district review committee members access to the challenged material as well as public written reviews of the material from professional review sources. 6, the district review committee members will be assigned to read, view, or listen to text in its entirety as well as the reviews. The district review committee will judge the item on its merits as an entire piece, not on portions or out of context selection. 7, after being afforded time to review the material, review the text and reviews, the district review committee will reconvene, at which time the parent will meet with the district review committee to present his or her views. 8, the district review committee will then dismiss the parent. 9, the district review committee will deliberate the issues and research and reach a decision. 10, a decision is made by a majority vote. 11, the district review committee will decide whether to retain the text, relocate the text, or remove the text. 12, the parent will be notified of the district review committee's decision in writing within a reasonable period of time. The response shall serve at 13, the response shall serve as the final administrative action in the matter. 14, the same text cannot be challenged at that particular school for at least 3 years. We'll open up for discussions or questions for the balance of that part of the policy.
Perhaps something that may be beneficial. We've talked about maybe doing a flow chart to kind of make this make more sense, and maybe that would be beneficial prior to us doing this in the next board meeting.
I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
I think that'd be maybe an easier way to see how the policy works.
So we've mentioned that teachers are afraid now to use any books in their classroom. Do we feel like this policy as it would now read based on the modifications and changes would give them the flexibility to feel confident that they could resume reading those books that they would normally consider and have used in the past? Or do we feel like that they would still not feel safe based on the recent circumstances and history with this policy change?
I think the policy is written as a response. So no, I don't think that this policy is going to require some training to teachers.
And that's kind of what I was wondering, because it sounds like we're going to need to provide additional support and training to our teachers to help them perhaps modify past behaviors, because now there's a policy that's a little more detailed related to that.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you're going back to professional code and professional judgment all over and over again. I mean, if you go ask yourself those beginning questions that Scott read the 3 times, that's going to answer a lot of your questions. And I feel like they ask themselves those questions in a lot of things they do.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I would agree. I think my concern would be is that there may be teacher A that has a particular book who thinks nothing of it, totally fine.
yeah.
Teacher B is going to say, well, wait a minute. And
Yeah,
that's where
that's
we're
true.
going to have maybe potential risks that we need to have more clarity as to what
And
would
that
look
can
like.
vary from school to school, population to population too.
And I don't know that this policy or any policy is going to be written to take away that gray area, because that's called human.
Right, but at least at this point, if they're in doubt, then they have a process by this policy to take it to the next level before they proceed if they are concerned about it.
And they also, I like that it gives them pause, that if a child brought a book or a parent brought a book, they can say, hey, I just need a minute to run through some things I've got to do on my side. Like they can use it as a reason to stop and pause, like you said.
So there are probably another question. So I'll use the Call Me Max book again. If that were to come into play again, or some similar book, and let's say 70% of the book, 95% of our community would have no problem with, but there are certain elements of the text that are problematic to a portion of our community. If a teacher chooses to just exclude that in reading that curriculum, is that a violation of anything, or is that something that we would even want to consider based on other laws?
So there's a couple of different things that could happen. So parents can exempt their own students. If the parents knew that book was going to be read, parents could exempt their own students from that, and they would have an alternate activity. Okay, so that's step 1. If the parents wanted to do more than just exclude their own student from that topic, they can challenge or do a reconsideration of materials to try to censor basically that book for everyone. And they would have to go through this process, by which they would fill out the form, get the reviews. We would convene a district team of teachers, parents, administrators, librarians, and they would come together. The parent would present their viewpoint as to why that text isn't acceptable. That committee would listen, they would look at the reviews, they would vote, and they would say, yay or nay, this material should be censored from that school. And yay or nay vote stands, and once that vote stands, then that material is either moved, relocated, pulled. But after that decision is made, that book, Call Me Max, won't be reconsidered for another 3 years.
Then a parent would also have the opportunity. So say the review went not the way they wanted it, they could still opt their child out of that.
They can still opt their child out. But that would be under the assumption that the teacher or the school had previously notified the parent that this book is going to be read at this date. I need to opt my student out. In this case of what happened in the past, nobody knew. It was unannounced. And again, water under the bridge. We've already admitted that was in poor form.
Right.
Any other questions?
Scott, this is not necessarily a new policy, right?
This is an
clarifying.
update to an existing, thank you for the question. This is an update to an existing policy that we've had in place, originated in 1972 and was updated in, I believe, 2012. Yes, 2012. And now we're looking at a revision at this point, so of an existing policy. The next, and we can, any other questions about that, we're glad to entertain. The next section that Superintendent Cummington has asked me to take us through in this study session is recognizing that everything that we talked about in IN 304 is related to curricular text. And now we want to address library text that we have. So the thought is that we would have a separate policy for the, and it would be titled, it'd be IN 303, it would be titled Library Media Policy. So just want to run through the development, the initial inception of the development of this policy and have a discussion, recognizing that it would still have to go through the proper readings procedures that we have with all policies. So just throwing that out, let me take us through this, and it might be easier if I just go through. I apologize for the reading. Would it be easier if we just read through it and then open up to questions? Or stop me if you feel like it's a key point and we need to just have a stop on that, okay? And we'll just go from there. So again, this policy would be library media policy. Roman numeral 1, purpose and philosophy. The school library media centers of the Murray City School District, or the district, has the unique responsibility of introducing young citizens to the world of information. Students have the right to a relevant, balanced, and diverse school library collection that represents all points of view. Roman numeral 2, collection development. School library collection development is the ongoing process of identifying strengths and weaknesses of the school library's collection of print, non-print, electronic resources, and equipment in relation to student and staff needs. School library media centers shall provide a broad range of educational, informational, and recreational reading resources. A, acquisition. Number 1, the selection of library resources and materials shall be done by library professionals at each school site using guidelines and criteria developed under the direction of the district supervisor. The criteria shall include, at a minimum, A, overall purpose and educational significance, B, contribution and relevance to the core standards and goals of the school or interests of the students, C, factual content is accurate, current, reliable, and authoritative, D, timelines and or permanence, E, readability and accessibility to intended audience, F, favorable reviews found in standard selection sources, G, high degree of potential, excuse me, was there a question? Sorry, thank you. G, high degree of potential user appeal, including varied interests that reflect religious, ethnic, and cultural backgrounds. H, artistic quality and literary style. I, age appropriateness. J, representation of opposing sides of controversial issues. K, reputation and significance of author, producer, or publisher. L, variety of format with efforts to incorporate emerging technologies. M, compatibility with current owned hardware. This is for non-print resources. N, quality and value are commensurate with cost and or need. O, support of English language learners. P, support of special needs students. And Q, Favorable recommendations from professional personnel. Number 2, requests and suggestions of students, parents, and faculty which fit these criteria may also be considered. B, weeding. 1, weeding is essential to maintain a current, relevant, up-to-date collection. The school's library staff should periodically review the collection to determine which materials should be removed or replaced. Materials to consider for weeding include: A, poor physical condition. However, literary quality and availability of replacement if a work is appropriate for collection should be considered. B, superseded by more current information or contain subject matter no longer needed to support the curriculum. C, receiving little use. D, providing wrong, inaccurate, or dated information. Or E, encouraging stereotypes or biases. Number 2, under the direction of the district supervisor, procedures shall be established for weeding of the school's library collection. C, donations. Organizations and individuals frequently express an interest in donating books and other resources to the district school library media centers. Donation of a book or materials does not guarantee the book or material will be placed in a district library media center. Professional library staff must review potential library media center donations using the criteria for selection of purchased material. Under the direction of the district supervisor, additional criteria may be established for consideration of donated materials. Although a donation may be made directly to an individual school, if the donor wishes to receive a receipt documenting the donation must be made through the Murray City Education Foundation or the foundation. In donating through the foundation, the donor may identify the specific school or schools the donor wishes to receive the materials. D, inventory of library collection. The school's library professional is responsible to maintain a regular inventory of library materials and equipment. A formal inventory shall be conducted annually to assess the library collection and help with selection and acquisition of materials and equipment. Under the direction of the district supervisor, procedures shall be established for inventorying each school's library collection. Roman numeral 3, parental restriction or individual student access. Excuse me, I'll reread that. Parental restriction of individual student access. The district recognizes the rights of parents under state law 53G-10-205.2.A through B to restrict their child's access to materials the parent deems inappropriate. However, no parent has the right to make that decision on behalf of other students. A parent desiring to restrict their own students' access to specific library books or materials shall submit the request in writing to the library professional at the school the child is attending. If the material is a required part of classroom curriculum activities, the parent must follow the procedures for waiver contained in District Policy IN 304. Number 4, school level guidelines. The library media professional at each school library shall establish written guidelines for the operation of the school library media center. The district supervisor may develop model guidelines. The district supervisor and the school principal shall be responsible to approve individual school library media center guidelines. At a minimum, the guidelines shall include A, procedures and timelines for circulation of materials. B, scheduling of library media center. C, fines and replacement of lost or damaged materials in accordance with district fees policy. D, computer access. And E, rules and expectations for student behavior. We'll now open it up for discussion and/or questions.
So, Scott, why did we feel the need to have to create a brand new policy to separate our libraries?
Because we had no policy regarding library texts or books currently in our district. IN 304 addressed curricular books, but not the library circulated or circulation books.
So I'm trying to think or anticipate what maybe some parents who would maybe online wanting to ask, why is it so very different how this policy is with regard to access as compared to the IN 304.
I can tell you that it's because of the kind of the intellectual freedom, especially in the library, kind of library bill of rights. Kids need to have access. It's our responsibility to allow them to have access to a diverse collection of books. They get to have access to books. They get to have access to information. They get to have unrestricted access to information. Now, a parent can restrict their own child's access, and we have the ability to do that. We can put a flag on their student number, and parents can say, nope, I don't want my kid checking that out. But otherwise, kids have the right to find information out.
And I think this policy kind of goes into some of those books that we're talking about, letting them see themselves in books.
Yep.
We provide a wide variety of books for all children to be able to find themselves, whatever that may be.
Yep.
And
absolutely.
And just if I might add, as we have consulted with legal counsel, we do have a due diligence and the duty to make sure that we have relevant, balanced, and diverse books in our library. That is a First Amendment right. And so we have checked that out, and we want to make sure our students do have access to that. And again, we will have a place where parents can see, we catalog all of our library collection. And so we will have that on our district website where parents can see exactly, they can search what all of the titles in all of our libraries.
We ever had I guess they could opt entirely out of the library, right? Like if they I mean, I don't know. Again, book nerd, not going to do that, but you could opt your child out if they couldn't go to the library.
Yeah,
I
guess a parent, if they wanted to make that choice, they could.
If they were worried.
This policy gives full parental rights to them for their child. It doesn't give it to them for the library as a whole, but to them and the child.
And I think it kind of creates a distinction because we've been talking mostly about can you hear me? The different libraries that we have in the classroom, curricular, those kinds of things. There's been some public perception out there that some of the problem has been coming from these are books that were in our libraries or they weren't in our libraries. So I think this kind of helps distinguish that and helps the public understand that these are different pockets of books, different books, different categories of books, and that it has its own policy.
So in theory, Call Me Max could be in the library and be totally acceptable because of the policy and by First Amendment law, but it would be very different for us to then determine if we've determined and gone through the other process with the other policy and deemed it not appropriate. I'm not saying we would or wouldn't, but just if we deemed it not appropriate, that doesn't mean that we would ban that from the library. In fact, we would most certainly not exclude that because it would violate those other things that we've talked about.
Yes.
Yes. Once something is in a library, it should not be pulled out of a library.
Well, and I think, Jen, to the language that was used legally, as far as books not being allowed in a library, it's pretty narrow. And I don't remember the word that you used, but I would liken it to pornographic. Is that correct? There's exact language. And I think part of that also is a hallmark of democracy. If you think about going to a library to do research on different things that you are asked to do, or you want to find out about something you don't know, but it's a pretty narrow definition as to what doesn't belong in a library. And it may even be that some of the books that might be on socialism or communism, Mein Kampf, some of those that were like, really, those are available in a library, again, under the democracy principles that we want to provide opportunity for people to learn and read. But did you look up the word that they gave, Jen?
They did. They said that books should only be pulled out of a school library if it's vulgar or for specific content concerns. And those are addressed in what we have here in number 1 that talks about what needs to be looked at to be put in a school library.
Relevant, balanced, diverse.
And that language is
I
taken,
think it does make sense.
yeah, and that's taken from the intellectual freedom, language from the Intellectual Freedom Act.
It makes sense that there is 2 different policies because there are 2 different sets of maybe even 3 multiple sets of book groups. Whatever you want to call it.
Can
Categories, yeah.
you repeat what Cami said so that, can somebody repeat what Cami said?
Yeah, that might help.
I just want people to be able to.
Can you say it again, Kemi, with your video off? Let's see.
Let me turn up my sound.
That helped a ton.
That's better?
Yeah, turning off your video helped a ton.
Yeah, when I turn off the video, or turn on the video, it tells me I have max CPU usage. So just for the public out there, I have to turn off my video so you can hear me. And what did I say? Oh, it makes sense to have the 2 different policies because of the different categories that we have in our schools. You know, the library, pretty unrestricted. The school curriculum and the school personal libraries, a little more restrictive. Not even restrictive is the right word. A little more narrowed down.
I think you also go back to another professional, the professional in the libraries having elementary school appropriate, and then they are directing kids towards age appropriate or reading level appropriate books. What you'd expect to see in our secondary school is different, our junior high is different than what you'd expect to see in the library at the high school. Some of these things you wouldn't cross, because what does that go to? The relevant, balanced, and that goes back to professional, our library professionals doing their code, doing what they should do.
So it's been a long time since I went to elementary school. So I'm trying to think of a situation.
Can we comment on that, or should we just leave it?
You can comment anytime you'd like on that. If I were a second grader and I go into the library and I pull a book that really is a little more suited for a sixth grader, but would fit into what we would deal with these so previously known as equity bundle books, how do we control that, or is that something we can control? Because again, does that fall under that First Amendment and the laws that have been kind of clearly defined regarding that? So, if they read that book and then go home and talk to mom and dad, and they said, I read it in the library, I just want to make sure we're mitigating our risk, because we have to follow some laws, and there are going to be situations which we may not be fully able to keep, shelter, whatever, or
Right.
avoid.
And I would hope that the conversation is not those darn schools. I hope the conversation is, you're going to encounter people that are different from you. Let's have a conversation about that. I'm glad that you read that book. Let's chat about that as a family. Number one. Number two, then if parents are concerned, they can just send a note to the librarian. Not the librarian's fault. There's no blame. Just simply say, I would like my child not to be able to check out this book. And then we will flag that for the student. And then when the student comes in to try and check that book out, it will say, can't check that out. Now, preemptively, what can a parent do? Well, we have about 40,000 titles in our school libraries. They are searchable and they are public. And so they can search those titles. Anything that might be questionable, again, I would hope that we exercise some, conversational pieces around those, and know that we are all in a society where we run into differences, but they can search all of those titles, probably more than 40,000, I would imagine. And they can search every title and ask the librarian to put a flag on their student for every single title that they might find questionable.
So that would only, if they sat and read it there, then you know how sometimes they just kind of free.
Yeah, when they go to library, yeah.
So, but I do think that's with parent rights becomes parent responsibilities. I'll use a non-controversial thing. Like my child should never read a scary book in her life because then she doesn't sleep. Exactly.
She's a chicken.
So I need to, as a parent, give her some knowledge and some forewarning, or we need to chat. That, hey, if you pull one off or somebody says, hey, you should read this, and you start reading it and you think that doesn't make me feel comfortable, I put it away.
Put it back.
Which that's challenging as a parent, but is it a responsibility as a parent to set some of those in our family or at our house? We don't, we do, or that makes you feel uncomfortable, don't do it. But that's got to be some responsibility that way too.
Absolutely.
I think.
Well, and I think the responsibility falls on us to make sure that our students have access to every kind of book that, let's not say that, because there are some books, but they have access to books that are of all kinds of different books, of all kinds of different people, of all kinds of different situations that they can read about. And the librarian is really good. I remember my son was so mad because he couldn't check out a 5th grade book. You know, the librarians are very good at saying, this is your age group. This is it. So they're good at keeping it age appropriate.
So another question I have just in libraries in general. We are a public school district, and so we are a public entity for all intents and purposes. Does this policy, although I know we're not trying to create policy for the Murray City Library, but in theory, Call Me Max could be, and most likely is, in a city library because of it being a diversity book. We're not trying to deny access in our public libraries in school based on probably similar principles of public city libraries or county libraries.
If it isn't in their libraries, it probably is now. But yeah.
Right.
I would all go back to Intellectual Freedom Act.
But I guess what I'm kind of saying is, I mean, we're both kind of held to that same standard. So, you know, we can't isolate our school district libraries from anything like what we're talking about based on that same standard.
Nor do we want to, right? I mean,
yeah. Any other questions related to the policies? Elizabeth, I don't know if you have any questions we haven't heard from you. I hope you're feeling okay, but okay, well, I'm going to assume she's doing all right, but let's go ahead and move on, I think, to our last item, and that is the proposed Equity Council expansion framework.
Great, thank you, President Cooper. And I do just want to say, as these two policies have been presented, again, the IN 304 would go for a second reading next week on March 4th. IN 303 would be a first reading. And if any board members have questions or concerns or areas that they might want to have clarification or reworked, we as the district staff would be happy to talk through those with you. And there's nothing that precludes the board from, on March 4th, if we feel like we need a third reading, that is absolutely something that we can do. So Thank you. It's my pleasure tonight to be able to spend some time in talking about the proposed Murray City School District Equity Council Expansion Framework. I wanted to start this by thanking Director Williams and Director Hamilton for the work that they did in putting together all of the information about what we need to look at with regards to equity. I want to reiterate once again that equity is not about winners or losers. It's not about a no-zero sum. It really is about providing opportunities for every single student to be able to achieve. And so we understand that some of the things that were set out with our Equity Council, we had good intentions, didn't get to them. We want to be transparent and open, and we need parents' help with this. And so again, I wanted to reiterate kind of the definition of equity. Equity is a commitment to ensure that every student receives what they need to succeed, and the equitable distribution of resources based upon each individual student needs. Equitable resources include funding, programs, policies, initiatives, and supports that target each student's unique background and school context to guarantee that all students have access to a high quality education. And, oh, I apologize. Let me just stop that. I apologize. Let me just get that up. Are you able to see that now? Okay, thank you, Mr. Reese, for letting me know that. So again, wanted to go to the next slide. So again, there's the definition of equity. And as we talked tonight, we talked about equity really is about opportunity for all of our students to receive what they need to succeed and have access to a high quality education in the Murray City School District. It does require an educator and parent partnership. And so what I'm going to lay out tonight is an expansion of what was started as part of our Equity Council. Because we all want what's best for our students, and we want to know, the worth of every one of our students is great, and our children have a very diversity of needs. But again, it's all about providing opportunity for what our students need to receive, to succeed, and have access to a high quality education in the Murray City School District. So what we would like to propose this evening is we transition what has been the Equity Council into what we would like to call the Murray Opportunity Schools Advisory Council. Again, it's about looking at opportunity for our students. The mission of this council would be to advise the Teaching and Learning Team Steering Committee with the charge to examine district level data and determine what students need to be successful and equitable distribution based on identified needs in those areas of funding, programs, policies, initiatives, and supports. So as Director Hamilton and Director Williams talked about, these are things that we are looking at. We have data to show where we need to increase opportunities for our students. And again, we want parents to be a part of that process. We want to have them work with us hand in hand to be able to advise us and work on these things that we need to do to provide more equitable opportunities for our students. Because again, the entire thing that we need to focus on is providing opportunities for all of our students to receive what they need to have access to a high quality education in the Murray City School District. The purpose of the Murray Opportunity Schools Advisory Council would be to, 1, review data that's provided by the school district. And as you saw tonight, we have a wealth of data. 2, establish goals. I will show you the structure in a moment, but there will be subcommittees to look at the data and define goals to work towards. Those goals would be posted on the Murray Opportunity Schools Advisory Council website. We would create a place for that on our district website, and then establish action steps to work towards those goals. again, with the overarching vision to be providing opportunities for our students to receive what they need and have access to a high quality education in the Murray City School District. How is the structure set up? Again, we have incredible directors. We have Director Hamilton and Director Williams who have spoken this evening, who are over elementary and secondary teaching and learning. We have Director Kircher, who is over our at-risk programs. We have Director Dean, who is over our human resources as well as our student services. And we have Assistant Superintendent Bushnell, who is not only the Assistant Superintendent, but is also over the teaching and learning team. We do need to have help working together to create these equitable spaces so that we can tackle the different things that we were talking about tonight with our data. So we would propose that this Murray Opportunity Schools Advisory Council be comprised of 4 subcommittees that have parents, teachers, school counselors and social workers, and school administrators on them. As we have looked at the definition of equity, we have and how that flushes out, we see these 4 subcommittees as being a committee for policy considerations, which would be looking at opportunity and access, recruiting, hiring, and retention. And that would be facilitated by Director Dean and Assistant Superintendent Bushnell. We have a professional learning subcommittee. We talked about the compelling need to help our educators have the skills so that they can serve and recognize the uniqueness and the loveliness of all of our students. And our students feel like they have a space and a place in our school system. And that's about training our educators to recognize that. And our educators are amazing. They have taken opportunities to do this. So that is another area to look at through the equity lens of how we can improve on that in creating those effective educators and leaders. And that would be facilitated by Director Williams and Director Hamilton. The third subcommittee would be over curriculum and instruction. This would look at student performance and that culturally responsive teaching that's part of that Leadership Standard 7, that is part of what we have been asked to do by our State Board of Education. That would be facilitated by Director Hamilton and Director Williams. And then the 4th subcommittee would be student-centered support, looking at safe and healthy schools and the different risk and protective factors and how do we help our students you saw the Casey data and you saw the SHARP data. Those are how we need to create safe and healthy schools. So all of our students, when they answer, I feel comfortable at school. Yes. I feel like students in my school are treated the same. Yes, those are things we have to look at and we have to address. So these would be the Murray Opportunity Schools Advisory Council would be 4 subcommittees. And again, each facilitated by 2 district personnel. They would have kind of a 2-way street between the district teaching and learning steering committee. We have lots of committees. We have to have those as part of grant programs, as part of federal title programs. If you look there, that is just a small portion of what the district teaching and learning team does. Okay, but those are all areas that encompass equity and making sure we provide opportunities for students in everything that we do. And so this Opportunity Schools Advisory Council would serve as a advisory council to that district teaching and learning steering committee, which all of our directors and our assistant superintendent are a part of. And it could be a 2-way street. There could be information working back and forth. Again, all towards the goal of making sure our students have opportunities to a high quality education in the Murray City School District. That information from the Teaching and Learning Steering Committee would then flow to our district leadership team. We do have a district leadership team composed of myself, Assistant Superintendent Bushnell, our directors, our business administrator, our director of support services, as well as 2 coordinators, which is Jason Eyre, our technology coordinator, and Carol Anderson, who is our prevention program coordinator. And that's where that information comes. And so goals and recommendations and things that are being worked on between our Opportunity Council flow to our Teaching and Learning Steering Committee, which then come to us as a district leadership team to look at and say, is this something how do we need to address this? Do we need to address this? What do we need to do? And then we as the district leadership team work with you as the Murray Board of Education to keep you informed of the work that is going on. If there needs to be a policy change, of course, we bring that to you, but we want to make sure that at every step, we're talking to you about how we're addressing these equity gaps that have been identified. That's part of it. And again, the overall vision for this is to provide the opportunity for all of our students to receive what they need to succeed and have that high quality education in the Murray City School District. So I talked on this slide here about this Murray Opportunity Schools Advisory Council, and I said there are 4 subcommittees. What does that look like? We would propose that the council membership, the Murray Opportunity Schools Advisory Council, be composed of 10 parents, 1 from each school, 10 teachers, 1 from each school, representative of each grade in our elementary level grades. 2 counselors and or social workers, 1 elementary, 1 secondary, and 2 school administrators, 1 elementary and 1 secondary. Again, we have heard from our patrons that you want transparency and you want to be part of helping us work towards a more equitable education for all of our students. This is where we need your help. We know that many parents would want to be part of this. However, it becomes untenable to do that when you have such a large group. And so we feel like having 1 parent from each school, 1 teacher from each school, some counselors and social workers and administrators will help with that. Now, how are they going to be selected? The school community council of each school will appoint 1 parent from the school to be part of the advisory council. We have structures in place. Our school community councils have elected individuals on those councils, and they really do have a charge to be an assistant to the Board of Education and to the district. So we would suggest, or we would recommend that the school community council of each school would appoint 1 parent from the school to be part of the advisory council. That could be a parent who is currently on the community council, or it could be a parent who's not on the community council. That would be up to the community council of that school. The important part that we would charge our community councils with is that the parent appointee should be a representative of the school community. And that parent representative will be the liaison for working with all parents in their school community to receive input and ensure that all voices are heard and represented. The principal of each school would appoint 1 teacher from the school to be part of the advisory council. And again, elementary principals would collaborate together to ensure that we had elementary representation from each grade level. Teacher representation, or the teacher representatives would be charged with being the liaisons for working with the teachers in their school to receive input and ensure that all voices are heard and represented. So again, there's 1 person on this advisory council, but they are representing and charged with really getting the information and input from their entire community. I would then appoint 1 elementary and 1 secondary school counselor or social worker, and 1 elementary and 1 secondary administrator to be part of the advisory council. And again, those individuals would serve as liaison for their respective groups to make sure that all voices are heard and represented. And that's important. This is going to be a big charge of these parents to make sure that they're listening to their community. That's important. We want to hear those voices. And we, again, need the help of our parents to address these gaps that we see in equity. The function of the Opportunity Schools Advisory Council would be the subcommittees would meet quarterly. The advisory council members could serve on 1 or more committees. So you are not limited to serving on 1 of the 4. If you wanted to, if a parent or a teacher or the social worker or the school administrator, we would like individuals who have investments in those different subcategories or subgroups to be able to participate in those. The facilitators will set the agendas. The agendas will be posted at a minimum 24 hours prior to the meeting on the Murray Opportunity Schools Advisory Council webpage. A draft of the meeting minutes would then be posted 24 hours after the meeting. These would be open public meetings streamed via YouTube. So we can do the same as we're doing here with our meeting tonight. We can put that on our YouTube channel. Parliamentary procedures and Robert's Rules of Order will be followed in all of the subcommittee meetings. And subcommittees could create a task force if or when as needed, as agreed upon by the subcommittee. And also we would review this annually with the board to see if this structure is working. This is a new structure. And again, there will probably be things that we didn't anticipate and need to work out. But so that would be, there would be an annual review. So I've kind of laid out the mission, the purpose, and the vision is what I started with. To provide opportunity for all of our students to receive what they need to succeed and have access to a high quality education in the Murray City School District. And it will take us working together. It will take us hearing from parents and working together to figure out how to address all of these things that were laid out tonight, where we need to, not all of our students are receiving what they need to have that high quality education. We want that for every single student in our district. So with that, I will leave that with you, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions, any discussion, suggestions from the board or other members of the district leadership team.
Jen, can you put the graphic of the structure back up, just because maybe as we're talking, that might be the one mostly wanting us to reference or review.
And I will say, I have to say a huge thank you to my leadership team, to these directors. They wear lots of hats, many, many, many hats. And as we have talked about different ways to structure this so that we can become more equitable and achieve the goals that we've talked about of having all students have access to what they need for a high quality education, they have said, we can lead out on this. And it adds more to their plate. And they have a lot on their plate. And I want to say in an open and public board meeting, how much I appreciate Assistant Superintendent Bushnell, Director Dean, Director Hamilton, Director Williams, and Director Kircher, who recognize the needs that we have in this district to make sure all of our students have those opportunities. We don't ever want a student to walk away from our school district not feeling like they had the opportunities that somebody else had, because there was a barrier, and we need to look at ways to remove those barriers. And we need our parents to help us with that.
I'm going to ask this question. I'm assuming you probably feel this way, but I'm just trying to identify, make sure I'm understanding it. But I think we've come to the understanding that although we've had an event that occurred here several weeks ago about a specific aspect within equity and diversity and inclusion and how that was handled, I think we recognize that really diversity and equity and opportunity, as we're now trying to kind of transition, is a much larger issue than what has been really specifically narrowly portrayed in the media, emails to the district, concerned parents. I like the idea that we are trying to figure out a structure that tries to hit all those key areas that we've identified in our data as areas of concern. Trying to think about what some may say tomorrow morning, tonight, and that's, I'm not a mind reader by any means. In this structure, do we feel confident that the elements of the fundamental founding principles of why we set up an equity committee and equity council, which was to really make sure that those marginalized kids feel like they can be safe in our schools and feel like they have opportunity to be treated appropriately, can be met with this new structure?
That is a fantastic question, President Cooper. And yes, we do. And I think that falls into two different, well, actually 3 different areas, and probably all 4 of them, but student-centered support. If you look on that, safe and healthy schools is making sure all of our students feel welcome and safe and have access to what they need to feel safe in our school system. And, you know, those marginalized groups that we've talked about, that's important. That's important for us to look at. Policy considerations, opportunity and access. That's where that comes in. Curriculum and instruction. We've talked tonight, a lot about different things that how our curriculum needs to be reflective of our student population and our students, what our students are experiencing. And then professional learning. We want our teachers to know we don't have those lived experiences that our students have, and we want our teachers to have those lived experiences and have opportunity to learn about those, so again they can see their students. So yes, I do feel like there is a space in here. While what has been focused on for the last several weeks with equity is a very small part of it, we have so much work to do, and that is included in this through the student-centered support, through looking at policy considerations, through training of our teachers, through curriculum and instruction. So yes, I do feel like that is part of this.
So maybe, and I'm open to the other board members' ideas on this, but I guess my potential ask would be, as we meet next week, prior to us making any kind of a decision, I think it would be helpful for me at least if let's throw out 3 different scenarios of maybe examples that might occur within our district, and how would then this model, how would it funnel through this model? Because I think that
Board President Cooper, before we do that, and I like that exercise, can I just also say that echo what Superintendent just said, in that not only was the Equity Council there to serve student-centered needs, but also the Equity Council started as a grassroots effort for employees that wanted to be seen and heard as well. And were wanting to have welcoming schools for themselves. And they have their lived experiences as well. And I fundamentally believe that through this structure as well, through policy considerations, through professional learning, through curriculum and instruction, and through supporting students, that our teachers, our educators, our adults in our system as well will be able to be seen and heard and uniquely identified, and have a space as well in our system. And I think that's important to reiterate as well.
I absolutely agree. And maybe that's one of the models that we would simulate a little bit. And I don't know that we need to go into minute detail, but I'd just like to see how something would kind of generally flow and how our response would be, just for my clarity on it. I mean, I think I have an idea, but I think a scenario 2 might make it even more clear.
Would you like us to do those scenarios, or would you like to propose those scenarios to us?
I can provide a scenario for you that happened today. May I? Okay. Sure. So with gifted and talented education. Okay. So we had, you saw the data, you saw the disparity of white and not economically disadvantaged. And so we screened all of our kindergartners, right? We still weren't able to, so in that screening, we also tested our 1st through 5th grade. In addition, what we decided to do was we looked at all of our WIDA scores. WIDA is the language assessment, and we identified students that made double what the state identified, right? As typical growth. And we said, wow, that kid is gifted in language, right? So now I've got all of these kids, and I've noticed that many of these kids are from low-income households. They speak a language other than English, and they potentially are gifted, okay? So in this scenario, they are identified and could have access now that they never would have had access to the magnet program, okay? So now here's a scenario. We can't provide transportation because number 1, funding doesn't work for it, but number 2, you don't get reimbursement. There's all of these funding policy considerations. So there's a policy consideration. What kind of professional learning do we need to engage in to address gifted students that also are ELL students with really diverse backgrounds, right? Perhaps students that are from trauma-based backgrounds that are also gifted, or students that are twice exceptional who might be students with disabilities and also gifted. So what programming needs do we need there? What professional learning do we need to develop or address in order to address those students? What curricular needs what textbooks do we need to get? What training needs are there? How do we need to teach differently in all of our classrooms? Because they might not be going to the magnet program, but you can guarantee we have some language gifted kids in all of our classrooms. So how do our instructional strategies need to change instructionally in the curriculum and instruction department? And what do students of color, what do our language students need in order for them to feel safe? Perhaps they're leaving their home school and going to the magnet program, or if they decide to stay in their home school and they are this exceptional student, what student-centered supports do we need to help them feel safe in their home school or the magnet school? What social and emotional supports do they need to feel successful? So a scenario like that, right? I mean, those are all the things that in my drive from McMillan to the district office, I was like, oh man, how am I going to address this sucker, right? Because I immediately have to go to Dave Roberts and say, how can I overcome this whole transportation issue? Because that's a big issue.
But Missy, how does this advisory council fit that scenario?
So that would be a scenario that I would go to the advisory council. Like there's like this one kid or this group of kids. Let's create policy so that more kids, I mean, that's just a group of kids, a small subset. Let's go district wide with that. And how can we address that with all of our kids at all of our schools to make sure they have access to a gifted program or have access to whatever program that they need? Our language learner kids at all of our schools. What policy considerations do we need to have in place to address all of those kids and make sure that they have access to a gifted and talented program? What do we need to fundamentally shift? Or Robin ran through a scenario today of what would we do if we asked every single kid in our district going through Murray High School, take a concurrent enrollment class? How audacious would that be? If we wanted to make that a goal, how can Murray Opportunity Schools Advisory Council take that on? Help us develop that. Help us make that a goal. Let's remove those barriers. What can we do?
Well, and the barrier might be simply the fee, right?
Right.
That might be something that we don't know is a barrier.
Right.
I see another scenario was our that could fit under this is the basketball situation that we had a few weeks back. I don't think it was a big issue, but how can we prevent that? How can this council provide training or resources to our students to prevent that kind of situation happening?
For concurrent and AP, you need money. So with concurrent and AP, you need money. So the community or parents or PTA or whatever, they could maybe start some sort of committee or getting enough money for the students, because that's why the students aren't all in AP and concurrent. It's the parents that have money that the kids get in concurrent and AP.
Well, that's what we're saying is removing that barrier as
But this is a place where you can start asking those questions and answering those questions. And I think, not using any names, the original question why the equity committee came up was about a picture that could be placed in a room. And it was a policy question, and the teacher was asking why. And that goes to, let's look at the policy. Why? There wasn't an answer. The why was we don't know what the answer is. So I think that's another scenario where you could go to the policy committee and say, hey, let's look at the policies. What do they say now? What do they need to say to reflect currently the Murray standards, the Murray way of that we want our teachers and our staff and our kids to fill in the schools? So I think that's a scenario that it also would work in.
And again, this is we're working to try and find ways to make sure that our parents and our teachers have voice in this as well. And so this is our proposed structure to try it. We may find that we need to change some things along the way, and we're willing to look at that, but we feel like we need to expand what has been seen as equity from what has been talked about for the last few weeks. That is still part of this, but also expanding it to all of these other places. Our students deserve to be able to have what they need to be successful in our system. And that takes a lot of people working together to make that happen. And I think Murray's the community that can do that. We are fortunate that we are a city school district. We are fortunate that, in my opening statement, I said the one thing that's evident is our parents care about children. They care about their kids. And we want to expand that so that we have opportunities and look at how we can help all of our students be successful in Murray and have those opportunities and remove those barriers and feel like they are safe in our school and have a place and space for them. So when they walk out of, when they graduate from Murray High School, they say, they knew me. They cared about me. They gave me the opportunities that I needed to be as successful. And whatever success looks like in their definition, it's definitely different for different students.
Thank you, Superintendent Covington. We've reached the end of our agenda. Is there any other last minute questions? Want to circle back to anything that we have discussed that maybe you have another question on, or do we feel like we are good with the discussion that has already taken place?
I have a question that I think will just get asked, and so I want to just make sure we clarify that as far as the books that we've paused on the book bundle, do we want to run them through that committee and get them going, or what is the plan? By the way, the ones that I read were pretty amazing books.
Yep.
And I will tell you that we had an email today that I think also went to maybe the school board or went for comment from UAlma.
Yeah.
And the plea is pretty definitive from that group about the books that were paused. And I would echo that same sentiment. I think that I think those books are absolutely rich and valuable. And I would love to see those reinstated now, like tonight, if that's possible. And I know that that was a decision that was made by our team. So I don't know if that needs to be discussed or what the policy or procedure would be with that. But I also know that the leadership team spent a lot of time going through those same books and looking for offense, if you will. So
I think knowing what we know now today about equity and what the definition is of equity and what we talked about with kids seeing themselves in those books, and with the definitive answer of Call Me Max was not in that unbundled book bundle, if you will, and the idea and the policy procedure of all the schools have different books that are coming and flowing in and out of schools. I too would like to propose that we have good educators. We have good policies and procedures. We have good, rich books that are available. And knowing what we know now about equity, I would also say it was probably prudent to pause the book bundle just so that we could review them, look at them, look at it from a different lens and think through that.
We just needed to take a breath. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we needed to take a breath. And I too would say those were some good books.
What I don't think, from my understanding tonight, it's much clearer to me that the book bundles were not designed to be in every school and to every child. They were designed to be resources for our administrators and our teachers to use when addressing some of these diversity issues. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
And it did not come from the equity committee.
It did
Two
not.
separate issues here.
Yes.
Two separate situations, all lumped into one.
Yep.
One
Unfortunate event, yeah, or what, an event.
It reminded me of a tornado, you know, in Iowa. It just picked up all kinds of stuff.
Right. I don't mean to like go back to that, but yet I know that's one of the things that will come out of this meeting is.
Well, we have strong opinions on more than both sides. There's a lot of sides that have expressed opinion to that. And I would like to go on record as well that I did read every comment that came through, even those that thought that we would not read their comment and stated that in their comment. This is a big piece to everyone's concern right now. And so what processes can we put in place tomorrow if we were to say, yeah, let's go ahead with rescinding the suspension and putting them back into circulation, so to speak. But how do we ensure that we don't put ourselves in another situation?
I think one of the first things, easy things that I can do, tomorrow nobody's in school, but in the quote, air quotes tomorrow, is making sure that my teachers in the elementary understand policy 53 R277-469 and understanding, you know, what exactly that means and helping them to kind of put that lens back on it and being prudent in what they're offering and reading to kids and knowing that required reading versus curricular versus independent. I think those definitions are, I think intuitively we know, but I think kind of bringing that to the forefront, reminding them of that and just letting them be easing their mind and not being quite so gun shy, I think would be important too. But I think that filter and understanding of policy R277-469 would be important. Not our policy, but the state rule.
Are we concerned with any of those books that are in that list would be brought up to be questioned by parents that such that we would have normally gone through or be challenged? And should we take an opportunity to maybe say those that we think are at higher risk of being challenged right now, let's put them through that process first? And I don't know if that's the right thing. I'm just trying to figure what the community would want or be concerned about.
So the policy right now, IN 304 in its current form from 2012 already allows parents to, oh man, we've got so many strike-throughs, already allows a parent to waive the participation or provide a reasonable alternative to any assignment. So if there is a book that they don't want their child read in, say, a read aloud, they can waive that participation requirement of any book that they don't want read from those titles. But again, not all of those titles are in all of our schools.
Right. And I get that. I'm just more concerned that there's going to be, there's a fear that a book that is more, has a higher chance of being considered a risky book than many of the others. Because I don't believe most people that have responded have not felt that most of the books have been bad. There have been some that they are specifically more concerned about than others. And I'm probably more thinking in terms of those specific books that would probably be called out much more than the others, to make sure that we don't get into a situation where parents didn't feel like they were preemptively put into the loop of knowing that this book was going to be used, when it was going to be used, so that they're prepared to opt out or prepared to have those conversations in an appropriate manner with their children after that book has been read.
Right. You have to unmute.
Some of that is building the trust. It's a step that we might, in 6 months, we might look at it different, but right now we have to take it in smaller steps to build the trust and to, I think there will be a fear that all of a sudden it's a free for all. Now we're having a discussion in this room about our professionals and our trust in them. And we all have high expectations of them and trust in them. But I think there will be a fear that it'll be a free for all on books. And so, yeah, how do you distinguish which ones are high risk?
Right. So one of the things that we've been doing in the elementary is that our teachers are in their weekly notices, their newsletters or whatever, they have been telling the parents what they're reading. Now, I'm going to put an asterisk on that because they're not telling them every single solitary book that they're reading. Because again, they come in from recess and they can't get them to calm down. We're going to grab a book and just do a quick read aloud. I mean, like that didn't go in the weekly newsletter, right? I mean, that's just too big of a lift to really anticipate. But your weekly planning selections, we've been sending those out and posting those. So that's doable, right? So if I know that in my unit of study, I'm going to be reading Barack Obama's book of the icing, right? Like I'll post that, and then I don't want that read. I'm going to ask the teacher to waive my participation and provide my child with an alternate activity. Then now I know, and now I can. And that's without your approval on a board policy, because that's already written in the 2012 edition of that policy.
Are those kind of, it's been a while since I had elementary school kids. Are those kind of memos going out pretty much throughout all our schools? Those, like what we're going to cover next week, kind of?
Yeah. I was going to say, like, you get those even from the junior highs now with Parent Square. I think people are getting Parent Squared to death, I would hope. Like I've got 4 kids. Well, yeah, 4 kids, and I don't even know. I get a Parent Square notification. I'm like, I don't even care what they're learning, man.
So that wouldn't even be something where we're asking our teachers to rewrite next week or Monday. That's something that's already kind of part of what they do, and most of them, or huge majority of them. So that's going out Sunday night anyways. Or
right.
Well, I guess we've kind of, I'm not sure who did the adoption for this year. I'm assuming it's you two. You've already had eyes on these books, right?
On which books?
On the books that were adopted this year, on the book, but on the spend bundle book.
Yeah.
I mean, where were those selected from? Who selected those that went on the list this year?
On the unbundled book bundle.
Yeah.
I think that was their within their school, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was just in the school.
So the schools selected
on that.
They've taken the grant. Oh, so I'm a little misunderstanding. They've taken the grant and then you've encouraged them to get books that are diverse. So we don't know for sure what that book bundle consists, because there really was no book bundle list, right?
Right, because the book bundle was only a term being used at one school for a list of books.
Okay, I am totally okay. I'm better now. I understand.
Yeah, that was only there.
So we kind of need to axe the book bundle whole thing.
Yeah.
Like they're books.
They are books. They are just books. And
books
again,
that were especially this year used. I mean, it's every this year more to do to address more diverse topics.
And were suggested lists that they could look at, like the young authors list. You know what I mean? Like that's a published. I mean, the Caldecott winner list. I mean, there's all kinds of public lists that we tell them go out and look. I mean, there's Common Sense Media. There's just all kinds of places you can go to say, hey, check this out to find books, right?
Perhaps one thing that we could do, because I know because we know that, I mean, we could put these back into our libraries now and then take a pause and be able to unequivocally say next week whether we're going to put them back in our classrooms or not. That would be one thing. We could say return them to the libraries, have them available in the libraries. That would give the board time to kind of think about the policies that we have put forth as far as in the use in the classroom. The other thing would be is if we wanted to get them back into the classroom, we would welcome if a board member or two wanted to come in and sit and read them. We have copies of all the ones that were on the list from the one school. Again, not all schools have all the same titles, but I know that we as a teaching and learning team and myself would be happy to provide those titles and look at that if that's something that the board would feel comfortable with. But just a couple of other options as well that perhaps we can look at.
And almost all of those titles, you can actually go to YouTube and you can have your own read aloud. So you can drive around in your car and listen to them or however you want to do that. But we do have the book list available from Horizon.
I guess where I'm coming from is I see that there are already some individuals that have done that and expressed to us via their communication that I'm not happy with book A, B, C, or D. And they may
Or
not
vice versa, they're happy with all of them.
Right. But if we're to release them, how are we going to ensure that we're giving the parents that notice that they need and feel like they deserve so that they're prepared? So that if some teacher next week decides to read one of these books on diversity, that our parents are in the loop prior to that happening versus what's happened and put us in this situation.
I think I feel like I've answered that through that weekly notice on Parent Square.
But maybe we do what Jen said, where it is a First Amendment right to have those in the library. They need to go back in our libraries, and we say next Thursday we are voting on these procedures and these policies, and that is a heads up because we still can take public comment all this week, and input on that's coming, that there's going to be a different way you can challenge it, and that's how we start giving the heads up, because all groups are talking to each other. Like, the information will be around and about what we talked about tonight.
Our parents have asked us for more transparency, so let's let them tell us what they want us to do.
Right.
But get public comment
right
on this. I like putting them back in the library. They're accessible, and then take a public comment on it before we vote on our policy. And then we'll go from there.
And then now it's become, it already is a policy, but the new parts of the policy are, unless we decide we need a third reading, but the policy now is in place, and then we go forward with that policy in place.
So my concern with the public comment thing is not so much I'm wanting to silence anybody, is that we already have a lot of public comments that are slated to be read next week, and we probably are going to struggle to get through all of them in a reasonable time frame. Could we do something that we did with the comment section tonight, and where they could go onto our website and respond to the discussion that we've had based on this specific question? So over the next week, we can read them before we come into that meeting, to kind of maybe alleviate that burden of adding more public comments that we are already going to struggle to get through.
Kind of separate is that what you're thinking? They could separate now comments on tonight's discussion.
Right.
What do you think, Doug?
So to be clear, are we asking about specific titles on those? Because my worry is that we're already asking for censoring.
I'm not asking for titles. I'm really asking more for the structure of, the policies that we're trying to write, feedback as to are they feeling good that they know what the policies are, and that they have the ability to be informed prior to these books being used in the school for any kind of curriculum, so that they can make the choice to opt out if they so choose.
And we will 100% still get comments on specific titles.
Yes, and
But what we're looking for is, does this feel like it will work for our community?
I would also add that you're looking at a limited perspective, because the people that are making those comments are not the two-parent.
Oh, for sure.
Family who don't have the time to watch these videos. So, I mean, think about, it's a certain group of people that are able to do that for different reasons.
Well, and honestly, Kelly, there's going to be a whole group of parents that are kind of in the middle, that they're like, this felt fine for me. I was okay with it. They don't have an extreme view on either end of it. There's going to be a whole chunk that are. Doug.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, about an hour ago, I started drafting a letter, almost kind of what we were describing, because I feel like once people hear what we've presented tonight and discussed, they may want to change their comment that they've already made. And I've already got, as I said, quite a number of them. And that'll give them an opportunity to review what we've talked about tonight, see if that comment that they've already submitted they want to continue with, or if they want to rescind it and edit it and make some other comment related to the unbundled bundle or whatever it is whatever it is we're talking about as far as that goes, just to give people a chance to review a lot of this content tonight, because I think it may provide a little more clarity than we've been able to at this point.
Yeah, I agree. I think, a lot of the comments that we've
Yep.
received and were expected to be read next week I would hope that a significant number of those concerns have been looked at tonight and maybe addressed,
Yeah.
or 75, 80% addressed, knowing we're much farther down the road than what we were a week ago, or what they knew of a week ago.
Right, and they may not feel that their comment that they've already submitted is relevant anymore,
Right.
or at least not in part. And so give them that chance to edit their remarks before we read remarks that are older and before this perspective is gained.
I would like to suggest that what Scott had, all of the document, and I think we could just make that a little bit shorter. And just like you send parents out an email, I think that's how you get it out. Well, and if they realized that the district has taken this and is willing to say, okay, students can have this, just make it simpler. Because if you sent them all of those pages, no one's going to read them all. But if we could just kind of make it shorter.
I don't know that.
And then I looked tonight, and after just a short time, right now I think we only had 20 people, and most of it is right here. So I think we need to get something out to the parents before the parents start bugging us again.
Well, I don't think we can send that out because it's a policy that's being reviewed. It's not official. You don't want to send out anything. And they can at any time go and review the notes to.
I think it would be better if every principal sent that out for their parents instead of from the district office.
Again, I think what she's saying is that's something we don't know that we can officially do, because it's a policy that's being worked on.
Yeah, it's not been voted on.
Well, and I don't know if I would want to shorten anything out of it, because then you might lose.
But at any time they can go and look
on this
document.
The
Bowden memos or Murray. It's on the Murray webpage. They can go and look at it.
And so I also think you're looking at the Zoom meeting, and there's only been 13, 14 of us in the Zoom meeting, because the parents are watching via YouTube, and we don't see a number.
I went on YouTube.
Okay, so you did go on YouTube as well. Good. So there was only 20 or so people, you're saying?
Well, and that's towards the end, but at the beginning. But let's assume that a principal send something out to parents, and then maybe Doug or other people could just say, we've received this and here's policy we have in the district, and we want all of our students to have the opportunities that they need.
Well, that's what we can't say policy though, because we haven't passed it.
What?
We can't say policy because we haven't passed it. It's not.
Thanks, Glo. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So we just have to be careful of what we put out.
Thanks, Glo.
And so is it the consensus of the board to put the books back in the library at this time? And again, we don't have school tomorrow, so the soonest they could be in would be Monday.
Well, in my mind, that right there, I keep going back to what you guys officially told me things were called. Intellectual Freedom Act is like the Civil Rights Act. Like we are obliged to.
Like we really don't have a choice.
Yeah, that's how I take that. And being a federal act, that is what we need to do.
I think they need to go back in the library.
And just for the public and for anybody who watches this moving forward, let me just share this. We do have on our website now where, let me just bring this up. So everybody, I'll just wait a minute till it comes up.
1, 2, 3.
There we go. It's just a little bit. Oh, there we go. If you go under parents, school libraries, and we can get this out to our patrons so they know, they can click here to access the content of our school library, searchable by school. Apparently there's a potential security risk ahead, so we'll just move forward, accept the risk and continue. We'll get that fixed. But you can go to any school. Let's go to Liberty. And then parents can search what is in that library. So we will make sure that it was definitely working earlier. It's just not working now, but say that one more time. Oh, catalog. Thank you, Missy. There we go. And they can search for titles, material types. So it is very open and transparent to our parents what's in our library. And then if they choose that there's something that they don't want their child to have access to, they can certainly let the librarian at that school know.
Parents can even search by subject and titles will come up. So, I mean, it's not Barnes and Noble or anything, but.
I was going to say, how specific is it? But
yeah.
Got it.
But it's decent.
Board Member Payne, do you have any comments on that? I know we've kind of
sorry, I have
around
not
here,
been
but
participating as much as I would like.
you're fine. We
Yeah.
just want to make sure that we hear your voice
yes,
as well.
I would like to move the books back in the library. I agree with that.
Thank you. And sorry, Glo,
Yeah,
I
I
cut you
think
off.
moving them back in the library with a timeline being our next board meeting is a fair and transparent thing, like Tammy said. So without making a decision tonight when we shouldn't be making a decision in a study session anyways.
Well, it was more of a leadership team decision anyway, but.
Yeah, but I totally agree. But
Yeah.
I think you need our support and our backing on this one. Sometimes you guys need a vote of support as much as a policy vote. So let's commit to that.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know how she can hear without the things on.
Well, I can hear it better
Oh, can you?
from my computer than here. Okay, I think we're having a meeting about next week. Is that true?
Next
And
Thursday.
so we could do Scott's, and then the next week the parents could find out what's going on with the libraries and the classrooms and the books and things. I think the sooner we do it, the easier it's going to be getting rid of this.
Yeah, so I think that we're trying to make a decision tonight, or at least a supportive decision of putting the books back in the library tonight. Do you have a preference to that? Yes or no? I guess, Glo, do you feel comfortable with the book list being put back into the library? Okay. And then we are planning on providing an opportunity over this next week for patrons to comment, to provide us feedback based on the discussions that we had tonight, so that come our meeting next Thursday, we have that information already to kind of get a general idea of where our community is in support of the plan and direction for our Opportunity Advisory Council. And then we would make a decision on the policies, at least the ones that we have the second reading on. The first reading would be next week for the library one. And then the second would be probably on March 11th for the library policy. So I think we've kind of got a decent plan of what things we can approve or vote on over the next week or 2 weeks. But we will be meeting the next 2 Thursdays after tonight to make some of those decisions going forward. Okay. I think with that in mind, if there's nothing else, I'm okay if we adjourn this study session. Any objections or last minute questions? Okay, thank you.